As we say in show business, ta-da, we're here. So we have Gustavo, and we have Roy, we have myself, we have David Stewart. Due to bandwidth issues, he's going to be coming and going with the video as needed, so that we can at least hear him anyway. I'm going to put in, give me 1 second, and I will put in the link into the chat. It's going to take me, oops, I hit the wrong button. So I'm starting off wrong already, but such is life. And here we go. There we go. So we've got the link in there for anybody who pops in that may want to join the panel at any point in time, or better yet, if your pictures come up in the photo review and you yourself want to talk about your images, hop on in for 5 minutes and talk about them. No harm, no foul, right? No big deal.
Jeff will let you know in advance who else is coming.
Yes, we will rattle off the first few names ahead of time so people could get themselves, breathe from their inhaler and get themselves all healthy to come on. But we have 87 images that came in from tonight's show. Now, unfortunately, a disproportionate amount of those images came from those of us that are on the panel. And obviously, it's that time of year we're getting kids off to school and getting ready for kids to go to college and all that kind of fun stuff. And life gets in the way. A lot more important things than showing up to watch this show, irregardless of the photo review or not. So I understand that, but we still managed to scrape together 87 images. And I hope everybody enjoys the show as usual. And I know, you hear me constantly say how much I enjoy it, and but I don't think I'm the only one that feels that way. Let's put it that way. I'm just going to go through and see, formally say hi to those that are in here. Ava stopped in quick to say hi. She's camping, doesn't have fast enough cell service to stream, so she's in a slightly worse situation than Mr. Stewart is. And then we've got. Let's see, Bob Our Photos is in here. We've got Michael Dries, Jeff and Leslie, and Rakesh is here. So hello to Rakesh. And so far, that's it. So we got 13 people. So we're not really going to get going with anything too serious until we have like 22 people. Roy, is your mic working now? Can we hear you? No.
Test.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Yep. You're there. You're in. You're in the in crowd now. Or the out.
I'm going off road. It's the second road I've got that's played up.
Yeah, and those things aren't the junky ones either, I mean,
no, they're not. Not the cheap ones either.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be crapping out, There's you're gonna. I guess you'll have to give that a review like you would your favorite Nikon software that you love so much.
I've got one word to describe it.
How do you spell that, Roy?
Lots of
Yeah.
peas.
A lot of peas, yeah. Tim Mackin popped in. So Michael Dries has a comment here saying that just purchased the 800 PF for the upcoming trip. Do you own this lens? I know Jeff has one. Yes, yes, you do. Gustavo owns everything, including
Roy.
Including a backyard with a wonderful view with deer prancing around, no less. I mean, come on, it's like Gustavo says, I got to get that National Geographic photo. Wait a minute, I got to open my window for a second. Oh, Sandra Paul's in here. Yeah, and that's kind of like a surprise announcement, and he's welcome to come on the panel if he wishes to. And there's a link in the chat, Sanja, if you want to come in at some point. We'll talk about. Sanja has sent me an email during the week, which I'll talk about when we get a few more people in here, and we're actually going to start off the show with some special stuff before we get into the photos, and that's all courtesy of Sanjit, by the way, which we'll get into in a minute. I don't want to. I'm going to tease you and keep you on the edge of your seat for another minute or two.
Chuck is in.
And Chuck is in here, so hello, Chuck. Hello to you and Noah and Maribel, if she's still there and not back in North Carolina. So hopefully Noah's keeping a good eye on you and keeping you out of trouble or in trouble. I don't know. I know how cats can be, especially when they're getting used to a new house. You're probably clocking out 3 or 4 miles a day just running around chasing the cat. Real Nikon lover Jim is in here now, and so we're getting in some getting in a few extra people. Since we're kind of like warming up here, I got an email from someone who supports the channel, within the chat, Robert Rosado. Like I mentioned, I worked with him before I retired. Well, for on and off for many years, and he sent me an email to let me know that the sought-after Z-mount Voigtlander 35 and 50 millimeter APO lenses, which for whatever reason got discontinued, have shown up with a last shipment from the last production run to Camera Quest, and Camera Quest is like the U.S. distributor for Voigtlander lenses. And so they have those lenses $100 off while they last. And when they're gone, they're gone. And if you want one after the fact, you're going to be on the used market or going to KEH or somebody. But they're $8.99 right now, $100. That's with the $100 off. And if you're interested in those lenses, you can go to shop.cameraquest.com and go in there and look at them. And actually, Bob, one of his images that he submitted, if my memory serves me correctly, he took with the 50 millimeter Voigtlander APO lens. So if you wondering how that lens performs, I know at least one of his images, he used that lens for the photo review entries that he submitted for tonight. So you can get to kind of, see things. I'm going to, what else we got here? Oh, Chuck, since you're in here, I'll let you know that an old friend of yours, someone that I hadn't heard from in a long time, went in and viewed one of my videos that I did a year ago when I did kind of like a first impressions on the 800 PF. I got an email from Mega Briar Patch, and Mega Briar Patch wanted to make sure that I said hello to you from him. He wishes you well. He hopes you're doing well. And I did tell him that you do frequent this show, usually for the first hour, as often as you can, and then he should stop by to check it out, because I think a fair amount of people that frequented your live stream really don't know that we still have one. So for whatever reason, because he didn't seem to have any idea that there was a live stream going on. So I let him know, and I said, tune in. There's a good chance that he'd see you on the show and could say hi in person. But anyway, just want to let you know, he's thinking of you. He misses seeing you, and he says hi. Now, I was going to start. We've got 20 people in here. We'll see if we can get a few more in here. Maybe what I'll do is I'll start with the photo review, because I want to, like I said, in about an hour, I'll do like an introduction, and I'll talk about the correspondence that Sanjit and I had via email, and let you know what the surprise is. I wanted to do it like right at the beginning of the show, but it'll give us a little break in between starting the photo review, and then we'll do a little something to break up the action, and then go back to the photo review. So we'll go for an hour here, and then we'll jump into that, which I am not sharing any more information until the time comes. And so Jim Roy is saying he sent a couple emails to you, and you know if you got them or not. He has a package to send you, so be on the lookout for a probably unusually shaped box with a ticking sound. Be very careful when you open it. And but yeah, I hadn't heard from Mega Briarpatch in a long time. I hope he pops in on the show. I hope he does stop in and says hello. I didn't really do a lot of looking up stuff and what's going on in the world per se, because this show is really dedicated to the photo review. And I think what I'll do is I got a lot of stuff opened up on my screen right now. I'm gonna set things up to get ready to start the photo review. So give me a minute here to do so. And let's see. And it's not what I wanted to do, man. Not what I wanted to do, man. No. Come on, where's the Lightroom? There's Lightroom. Now I got all this other stuff in the background, and then I go on there we go. So I want to make this bigger. And okay, so everybody could see that all right, that image, I hope. Yes, no, maybe.
I
Sorry,
can see
yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna get started. I'm gonna bring up my cheat sheet here, and let you know who the upcoming people are. For those who want to maybe pop in, there's a link for the show. These first images are going to be from Michael Drees, and then we're going to move on to Rakesh and Bob Reppert from Bob Our Photo. So those are the first three, and then Luis is after that. So those are the first four folks whose images we're going to see. So we're going to start off here with an image from Michael. And give me.
Yeah, Jeff, could you remove the message on the bottom of the screen from Michael?
Oh, you're asking for an awful lot because now I'm going to lose my.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you. It's gone.
Okay, that's a $4.99 fee. Just so you know, donations can be made to the Gustavo Fund.
Why?
He, I'll let you decide if you want to tell your story from earlier later on.
Okay.
You could use the $4.99 for medicinal purposes.
That's right.
So anyway, the first image is from Michael Dries, and he says, while his wife and him were driving on a road near Andover, Maine, a few weeks ago, his wife spotted a red fox walking along the side of the road. He says, we found a pullover, and he was able to capture a series of images before the animal disappeared into some thick cover. You could see that it has a field mouse or something in its mouth. You can see the tail and a little bit of the head, I think, coming out the right side part of the mouth. So he said it was difficult to grab focus due to the high grasses, but they really added to the composition. He says he's carrying a rodent of some type, which I just mentioned. He says we had just crossed over into the state of Maine, and it was his first visit to the lovely state. And bang, he gets a picture like this. So shame on you for doing so good at just popping into another state, and you just like, hey, I'll just get a great shot right away. Michael, we don't want to hear it. Just, we're not all that lucky to have that happen to us, but he got a wonderful shot with a Nikon Z8 with the 600 PF lens, f6.3 at 1/640th of a second at ISO 900. Yeah, that's what are the odds of that, right? But anyway, his next submission is during the same visit to Maine. He says he scheduled a session with a licensed Maine guide to see common loons and their young chicks. So he said his guide was exceptional, and they witnessed some amazing interactions with an adult and a chick. He says each bird has a distinct personality. He says these particular adults are very tolerant of humans. One bird even closed its eyes when we were positioned nearby in a canoe, and they actively dove and fished during our time with them. He says it was an incredible experience. He witnessed the exchange of fish on 3 separate occasions. And he says this photo is from the first exchange. Wonderful shot. It's at Kupsupik. No, I'm pronouncing it wrong. Kupsuptik. Cupsuptic. Kupsuptik Lake in Rangeley, Maine, with the Nikon Z8 with the 100 to 400 at 400 millimeters, f5.6, 1/1600th of a second, ISO 1000. Yeah, that's wonderful to get a shot with the baby.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure is.
No, it's really nice. I mean, the red of the eye on the adult is fantastic, and timed it good. Wonderful. I don't know if I was in a canoe, I'd be so scared about, man, if I ever fell in with my gear, I guess I'd be nervous. Not being a world-renowned canoeer by any means. So his next shot is a close-up of an adult loon. And this is on the same lake. He says he was amazed by the intricate feather detail and striking appearance of these birds. He says they're now one of his favorite waterfowl species. And once again, this is with the ZA and the Nicolar Z 100 to 400 at 400 millimeters, f5.6 at 1/1250th of a second, ISO 1250.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And the canoes allow you to approach relatively close, correct? Without trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he implied that, I mean, I guess you know, if it's a lake where a lot of people are canoeing, I guess, like you said, they're kind of used to people to a certain extent, which is good because my friend Bob and I went someplace that was I don't know, at least 3 hours away from Myrtle Beach area, and kind of found it, you know, just searching the web, and it was supposedly a birding area. But when we got there, I mean, the birds were so far away, and there's no way they were ever used to seeing anybody, because as soon as they even saw us, and we were more than 100 yards away, they just disappeared. I mean, they definitely were not used to seeing human beings at all. They were talk about being scared. So then they to finish up his last image he submitted here was when he was driving from Maine back to Pennsylvania. They stopped overnight in Vermont at an Airbnb situated on a dairy farm. He says this cooperative song sparrow sang near the front porch of the house. He said he captured this image soon after sunrise. And when he returned home, he was surprised to see a little bit of condensation coming from the bird's mouth as it sang. You can see like a couple, like little puffs, like right above its mouth. He says, never thought he'd capture a shot like this in late July. Cold front had passed through overnight, and the colder air must have been trapped in the valley. It was perfect ending to a great trip. This was in Brattleboro, Vermont, with the Z8, once again with the Z1 to 400 at 400 millimeters, f5.6 at 1/800th of a second, ISO 500. So that's pretty good to be shooting at those settings with the sun just coming up.
Fantastic.
So very good, Michael. Thanks so much for sending
Great
in those.
photography, Michael.
Michael is going to have a great time with the 500 and the 600 and the 100 to 400. Those are the lenses you need, Michael, for there. If you are listening, Michael, here, the 800 with a 1.4 converter will be helpful if you find some wolf.
Yeah, you'll be more than good with that combination of lenses. That's for sure. Now so the next two images are from Rakesh, and so let me get the first one up here on the screen. Now this was taken in North Carolina in Bodie Island Lighthouse near the Oregon Inlet. He says the stranded ship is now removed. It was there in 2021. It was originally stranded in 2020 during COVID. He says Oregon Inlet and the surrounding areas are known as the graveyard of the Atlantic. A lot of ships, a huge amount of ships and boats meet their end either due to being stranded or being capsized completely due to the heavy winds and the ever-moving seabed and depth changes. He took this with the Z7 II and the Nikon Z14 to 24 at f2.8. And he said in this particular shot, this is image 1 of 2 that he sent me. In this particular shot, he said there was another photographer that was there, got some lighting to kind of light up the inside of the boat for the shot. So that's an interesting shot with the.
How long was the exposure, Jeff?
He did not give me the exposure information, unfortunately.
Okay. So I know Rakesh is on the chat. Rakesh, did you use a tracker or a high ISO?
Yeah, we'll see if he.
Beautiful
Maribel
picture,
is. I
Rakesh,
just
for
saw
sure.
Maribel's in the chat. So hello, Maribel. Nice to see you in the chat. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. But beautiful shot, Rakesh. Really nice.
13 seconds.
Now his 13 seconds. Yeah. So his next shot that he sent in was in the same area, and
64.
he says all the shots were taken. I missed this. I had to scroll down my cheat sheet here. Sorry about that. This is tied in with the previous photo. And I don't. So this is obviously the Bodie Island lighthouse.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it looks like it's a pretty long walk along the walkway there to get to that lighthouse, assuming that boardwalk or what have you actually gets you right to it. I'm not sure, but that's
So the last one was with 16 shot stack, I presume, for
wow.
the sky. So I love the light rays from the lighthouse, correct? Beautiful.
Yeah, and you have the light rays, but then you also get the dark streaks cutting through the sky too.
Exactly.
You
No,
know, which is really kind of neat.
I don't know how he did that, but
The light in the lighthouse has a Fresnel lens in front of it
Yeah,
to focus the beam, and that could be what's causing the streaks.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
neat.
Because if you've ever been into a lighthouse, these lenses are about 1.5 feet high, and they're big and monstrous to focus the light.
how many millimeters the lens that they use on this one?
He was using the give me an idea. He was
It's
using
really
the
short, Gustavo.
Z7 with the 14 to 24.
Okay,
Z14 to 24, wide open.
Wow.
This looks like closer to 14.
Yes.
Yeah. But wonderful job. Good job.
Fantastic.
As always, thank you, sir, for sending these in. We appreciate it. The next set of images are going to be from Bob Repper, from Bob Our Photos, and then I'll throw out the next ones after him. We got Luis after that, and followed by Terry. Roy's not so somewhat distant neighbor in Australia. So we'll put up Bob's here next, and all his images were taken. All Bob's images were taken with the Z8 and the 180 to 600 180 to 600 zoom, f7.1 at 1/1250th of a second, ISO 800, and he was at the 600 millimeter setting with the zoom on these images. And here we go with a nice eel shot. Doing what eels like to do, figuring if we wrap ourselves around the beak, the bird isn't going to be able to eat us, but the birds always win out. They always win that battle.
Fighting with the eel and the mud.
In the mud, yeah. It's like mud wrestling, nature's version of mud wrestling.
It's amazing that the eel fits.
Yeah.
Good image, fantastic image.
Oh yeah.
So his next shot here is these are a clapper rail adult, probably the mother with the youngling, and this was at f7.1 at 1/1250th of a second, ISO 6400 at 600 millimeters. So this was really early in the morning. The light wasn't very good, therefore the high ISO. But noise reduction does wonders, as Gustavo so eloquently showed everybody on last week's show.
Oh, I
So
didn't notice there were two
yeah, there's two.
chicks. One of the
Yeah,
edge of the frame.
you got one and a half.
Exactly.
One's lagging behind. One's lagging
Very
behind.
good.
And then let's see his next image.
Very good, Bob.
Here's a singular clapper, young one. You can see that, you could tell
Wow.
it's the youngling, and this is see if I can get this one right with the settings. I think this is this is f7.1 12/50th of a second, ISO 1400 at 600 millimeters. So in this shot, the sun was starting to come up a little bit more. You can see the oysters are a little bit better lit, and the ISO dropped down to a very reasonable value.
Always getting image of these guys is rare, and getting the image of the chicks, I presume there are not many photos of those guys.
No. And this would have been at the hey, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong. I know you're in there. I think these were at the Merle's Inlet Marsh Walk, I believe, not in the park. So I believe these were in a different area. I think these were at the Merle, if I remember right, the Merle's Inlet Marsh Walk, they call it, which is there's a lot of boardwalks and a pier that goes out. And we usually go on the pier. They call it Veterans Pier. And there's a lot of restaurants on one side of the water for that people go, and dine, and then they can rent. They can go out on boat tours. They can rent a small boat. They can rent jet skis. They can rent, kayaks, canoes, all sorts of stuff. So it's a very popular touristy area. But when you go at the hour of the morning that we're there, there's other than people that like to jog on the pier or walk their dogs. It's pretty darn quiet. The tourists do not show up at 6:30 or so in the morning very often, but the joggers are out with their dogs. That's pretty common. Okay, Bob, thanks a lot, sir. We appreciate it.
Great photography, Bob.
And our next set of images are from Luis Piera. And he starts us off with, he said he was sent 4 pictures from Southwest United States from last May. This is a Gambrel's quail in Clark County Wetlands Park, eastern Las Vegas. Z8 with a 600 PF at f8 at 1/2000th of a second, ISO 720 and plus 0.3 EV. Yeah, I've never seen. No, I mean, I don't live in an area, I don't think, where we even have this bird. So it must be unique to that part of the country. I've never seen one of these. Other than
what quail? He said. What quail?
A Gambrel's quail.
Okay.
Yeah, I like all the. It looks like all the hammer marks on the. Appears to be hammer marks, or almost looks like hammer marks on the bottom edge of the board, but
it looks like whatever. A split rail, a split fence.
Yeah, you got a lot of digs in it and marks in it. And it has a lot of character. It adds a lot of character to the shot. Something as simple as just that railing. So his next image that he sent in to us is a round-tailed ground squirrel, southwest corner of Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas. He said the squirrel was regularly running from his burrow to search for grasses and almost always stopped for a few seconds halfway through. He says he moved to a spot when he was inside the burrow and waited. After a while, he went out and stopped for maybe 2 seconds. That's all he needed to get the shot. Z8 with the 600 PF at f8, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 250 plus 0.3 EV. That's cool. Another critter outside my turf. Yeah, Luis travels enough where he probably sees more wildlife in the United States than I do, and I live here. His third submission is
I love that.
let's see, this is he called this a 5-striped sparrow, which I've never heard of. A 5-striped sparrow in Box Canyon, south of Tucson, Arizona. He says this is one of the few places you can see this sparrow in the United States. Picture taken during the first hour of sunlight, but this is a severe crop from the original. Z8 with the 600 PF at f6.3 at 1/1250th of a second, ISO 1100.
Love it.
Yeah, and these shots, like for those that are wondering, is that 180? This was with the 600 PF. I'm sorry, this is with the 600 PF. You're going to see some good shots later on with the 180 to 600, which is surprisingly good as well.
Robert just got that one too. He was Robert Daniels in las Bermudas.
Ah, okay.
He was asking some questions about bags, but we talk about that later, Robert, when we get to after the photo review.
Yeah, and we've got one more photo from Luis. Is the this is the Albert squirrel in Mount Lemmon, Tucson, Arizona. He says that is not snow on the branches. They're just blown out highlights. I mean, sometimes you do the best you can with what you have. That's it. You can't always get rid of every little blown out part of an image. But I think he did a very good job with it. I mean, I don't find it. I think most people would think it's just snow, to be honest with you, looking at it, like he said. He says he did his best to lower their brightness when processing the photo, of course, using the Z8 with the 600 PF again at f7.1 at 1/400th of a second, ISO 1000, and plus 0.3 EV. And those are all the shots from Luis. And we thank him once again for having become a regular contributor to the photo review. We appreciate it. Especially Luis, travels to a lot of different areas, so he gets to show a wide variety of wildlife with his shots. Some of us are kind of like, for the most part, sharing regional images of where we live. So he gets a wonderful variety because he does travel all over the place. So, and then for those of you who are maybe new coming into the channel, or maybe out there watching this live stream, but you choose not to show yourself in the chat for whatever reason, is go back to a previous live stream if you have any interest in getting pictures in Costa Rica, because Luis put together a very nice in-depth presentation from someone who's been to Costa Rica numerous times and has been there sometimes as much as 3 weeks in one shot. Has gone to all the different elevations and from one part of the country to the other. And he did a very good presentation and with a lot of information and maps and information on hotels and where places you could stay. And so if you ever wanted to go or you forgot that he did that, just look back in the history of the live streams and, you'll be able to find that. And so
Yeah.
thank you, Luis.
In the part of the country that I come from, we call these bushy-tailed warblers.
Well, I'm glad he found his nuts, though. That's a good thing. Bob knows what I'm talking about. I got a shirt with a squirrel on it that has a comment about when you get old, relative to what I just mentioned. We'll leave it at that. Or maybe someday I'll hold up the shirt and let you guys have a good laugh. I don't have it in front of me. The next images are going to come from Terry from Down Under. And let me bring up his first shot. So
we haven't seen Terry yet on the chat, but very good.
Yep. So this is these are from Iceland. Gustavo may have seen the same church. He says this is called the Buder Black Church. He said he had a chance to put these images together between packing and getting boxes ready as he moved to another location, moved to another house. And he says that obviously they're from Iceland. He says the famous black church, Z9 with the 24-70, f2.8 at 42 millimeters, f5.6 at 1/160th of a second, ISO 80, and this is a black and white conversion from a color image converted to black and white. Yeah, those dark, ominous clouds. Something tells me 10 minutes after you took this picture, you got soaking wet.
He was complaining about that too. To me.
His next submission is a waterfall, and I'm going to pronounce it wrong. You guys know I don't pronounce foreign verbiage very good. I'm good enough with English, but anything beyond that. He says waterfall named Brouwerfoss, northeast of Reykjavik. Z9 with the 14-24 f2.8 at 14 millimeters at f4.5, 1/10 of a second, ISO 100.
Beautiful image.
Yeah, 1/10 of a second gave him just enough smoothness in the water without overdoing it, I think, Once
and
again,
I didn't visit that place.
Once again, those dark clouds,
Beautiful.
Yeah, I like that. I like how it kind of like drops down and it pools in a little bit of an area, and then it continues on, and then it kind of drops again.
You see, when I saw the image first, until I saw the description that Terry put there on the lenses that he used, I thought it was a drone photo. The perspective is almost like a drone photo, but it's beautiful, Terry. I love it.
Now his third entry. Let's see. I'm looking at some of the comments, getting a few chuckles out of it. So his next shot here is called the Valley of Tears. And I'm not. He says now try to pronounce this word. And Terry, I ain't trying to pronounce the word. Forget it. No, I'm not. No, I'll spell it, but I'm not going to say it. SIGOLDUGLJUFUR. Good luck, guys. Any of you guys on the panel want to pronounce it? You go right ahead. I'm not going to try. Valley of Tears, Z9 14-24 f2.8 lens at 20 millimeters, f16, 1/100th of a second, ISO 64.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he did a nice job of composition here with having the water coming in from the corner, bottom left of the frame, and you follow that, and it guides you right to everything.
Yeah, there's 6 waterfalls.
As you know,
Maybe
David,
8.
plenty of waterfalls in.
Oh yeah.
Uh, never seen
Yeah,
so many.
No shortage, huh?
No shortage. But great image, Terry, for sure.
Yeah,
Love
great job.
this image. Do you see there is a person in the there with a red jacket in the cliff?
Yeah, and another person right behind him.
Someone behind him too.
Yeah.
There's someone behind the person with the red jacket too. That kind of puts it into a good to have a person. Here's where having a person actually helps you out, because it puts everything in. You get the sense of scale, how small you are versus that scene that you're taking a picture of. You're like an ant compared to what you're capturing. In his last submission here, coming up is one more. He says from Skogafoss. Z9 with the 1 to 4, F4 5 to 5.6 at F16, 1/1250th of a second, ISO 1600. And he says, next time I think a few puffins, he says, next time. Yeah, Terry, you know, I cry when I don't see puffins now. Since you guys have been there, you know, I'm giving you a chance to rub it in, you know, knowing how much I like
love the foreground. Love the foreground.
Yeah. Now, where's Jeff and Leslie to tell us what kind of flower that is?
Well, I do know that one, because these are lupine. They're actually from Alaska, David.
A lupin?
Those are the lupines that were brought from Alaska. I think Noctok lupine.
Lupine.
So no, beautiful. I know the weather. I know the weather was bad for Terry and me, but I think I would love to come more or less at the same time. So green during that time. So a lot of flowers.
So Terry, thanks for your submissions. Those are his 4 images that he kicked in for this month. We appreciate
Fantastic.
it. And the next person who can talk about his images here, since he chooses to potentially embarrass himself on the show, is from Gustavo's entries to the photo review. So he can tell you all about these images coming up. And so
I tell you what Jeff is referring. I was just before the show. I was mentioning that I think it was on Wednesday. Yes, on Wednesday I was taking my dog about 4:45 in the morning, and a skunk came and sprayed me. Didn't spray my dog; it sprayed me. so I was spraying on the skunk, and I still can smell until yesterday. I still can smell the skunk on the house.
So your wife didn't say, "Oh, Gustavo, I love that aftershave."
No, I tell you, my wife was pretty mad that I went into the house with that. They said you should have taken all your clothes outside the house. So, but it's a badge of honor for a wildlife photographer. Except that I was not doing photography. I was taking my dog to do wee wee in the morning. The little skunk or the skunk came. I know Greg has a lot of skunks, but now apparently he has some skunks under the deck. It was come running, trying to get to his hole, and as he passed by me, he turned around, sprayed me, and continued running. Luckily, didn't hit my dog, because that would have been a double disaster trying to deal with him and me at the same time. That's what Jeff was talking about.
Yeah, you guys would be in the shower together.
Exactly. Luckily, there was a supply store for farmers nearby that I know was open like 6:30 in the morning, and I managed to get there, and after taking the first shower, managed to get some of those special shampoo to get the skunk smell from actually that product that they also you probably have seen some commercials here in the United States called Poop, which is also an anti-skunk thing. It worked very well. So when I step on the house, we put some of that after we managed to get one bottle of that from Amazon in the afternoon, and it worked very well. But yes, so that's what Jeff was referring to. So let's go back to the show here.
Well, you're up, sir. This is your first shot.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and who's next, Jeff?
After Gustavo, we have Randall, who I don't know if he's in the chat or not. I don't know if he is traveling, possibly. I'm not sure.
He's
I got a
traveling.
bunch of shots from Randall. And then we have after him, we got Jeff Sluter. We got Jeff and Leslie shots. And then we have some from Mr. Bixby.
Excellent. Very good.
So we will let Gustavo. It's go ahead and tell us
So
what
this
we
is
got.
like Terry. These are some of the photos still from Iceland, right? I think I mentioned the other day when I showed one of these Arctic terns that I had I got quite a few photos, but the beauty was not only be able to capture the terms, but it was the background. Correct. We always talk about background being so important. Correct. So in this case, on this photo, I was trying to get the kind of perspective of having the other turns in the other poles out of focus, and then the one with the little fish into the front. So my wife and I spent quite a bit of time around this area because it was a wonderful chance to take photos of the turns, right? So anyway, so a little bit different take on the turns. I typically don't like to photograph man-made objects when I'm doing my wildlife photography, but in this case, that I think I added a little bit to the composition. So these Arctic terns. So the photo was taken with a Z9 and again with a 600 6.3. As you know, when I went to Iceland, I was mostly taking landscape, but I got some good opportunity with the 600 to take some wildlife, and this is one of those. Uh, so love the background on this one.
Well, this is where the man-made object adds to the photo because you got obviously the your most foreground element tack sharp, and then you see different stages of out of focus, like the next bird down the line is, let's say, halfway there in terms of being totally blurred out, and then you get to the third one and it's totally blurred out. So it's a nice effect, and it looks good with the with that fence and those lines going through it. I think it makes a very interesting composition.
All right. So the next one here, Jeff, is
Next
also
one.
This was one of my favorite photos of the trip. And Jeff was asking me about it. This is the famous Diamond Beach, where all the little piece of icebergs that come out of the glacier lagoon get into the beach. So this is a must see place. My wife and I spent about a couple of hours. Again, it was not the best weather, but it certainly make for some dramatic skies, right? So this was taken with I believe with a 20 millimeter Roy. I told you I would have loved to have the 14 to 24 or the 14 to 30, which after the shot. So obviously long exposure to to make a little blur with the waves that were coming out of the sea. Right? So it's very difficult to get a bad shot in that beach. Right? Didn't get
Yeah, you were at 1/5 of a second too to get that movement, and I love the blue color in the ice. I love that blue.
Yeah, you can see that one of the wave broke against the ice and the one of the iceberg, and there is a little bit of a spray going up into.
Yep.
So anyway, that's a. Uh, uh, I have seen. I think we all have seen a lot of pictures from that area, but these are the kind of must go and photograph yourself, correct? And so sometimes if you get good luck, you can get also the sun coming uh, in the horizon. We were lucky that the time we arrived very early in the morning, there were not that many people. The problem is that after the day goes on there, then if you photograph in this area, you see a lot of footprints and everything on the sand area. Or not that, although not that close to the beach. So anyway.
Now, don't believe Gustavo when he always says, "Well, I'm not a landscape photographer." Blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, right. Okay. Next slide.
I am.
We believe you, Gustavo, but millions wouldn't.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you're not good at this. Wink, wink. Yeah, okay. Now, I think Gustavo was trying to find Gandalf or something, Lord of the Rings, type of thing. And where could they be?
Exactly. Yeah. Actually, this was actually my son when I showed the photo to him. Was one of his favorite ones. Right? This in Iceland, people that visit there know there is a lot of um, thermal features. Correct. So sometimes in some of the farmers, they actually have some of the thermal features uh, uh, somewhat protected so that people can climb the fence, walk towards the thermal feature, and have a bath. And they ask you for a small contribution, correct? Um, this in this case, this was not one of those. This actually is a cave, a man-made cave on the side on this farm that had quite a few years behind it, have been a, a barn, a refuge for the winter, a smelter at one time, correct? But it's very evocative, and as you can see, I try here to get the kind of the little path that goes into the cave to come from the corner and lead you into the little the front of the cave with the little shelter. So there is a lot of these kind of features, and
Or did you go in it? Did you go in it?
I didn't go in it because we were pressed for time. You had to climb the fence, and so I took it actually from the road.
Okay. Because that's like one of those places you look at it and you
And,
go,
and the
I
problem
don't know
is
if I
also
want to walk in it.
exactly you're walking and maybe somebody's taking a bath, correct?
You go, maybe I walk in and you can walk in, but you can get in, but you can't get out, like Motel California,
Exactly.
Hotel California.
Exactly. But no, that's well, as you can see from Terry and I, very photogenic, correct?
And we've got your last shot here that you sent in.
Yeah, and this will be uh, just by chance, Terry. I also submitted a photo of a loon, correct? So this is the red-breasted loon, which I had never seen before, correct? Uh, and, uh, and I was that's actually in the same town where the Arctic terns were. There were some lagoons, and I noticed that there were some loon, and of course, the first time you get to see one of those, you get a lot of excitement there. So I went into the side by the side of the little lagoon and waiting for this guy to get comfortable with me, and and they managed to get quite a few pictures of this loon. Okay? So anyway, I love the picture not only because it's like the one that Terry chose before, or sorry, Michael chose before. It shows the loon and the chick, but here the chick is doing something funny with his leg as well. Correct?
Yeah,
Stretching the leg.
I don't know if he's trying to do a backstroke, maybe. I don't know.
Exactly.
So thank you, sir, for your wonderful images again for this month. We appreciate it. We
Great
appreciate it.
shots, Gustavo.
Thank you, guys.
We've got a I think we've got a series of shots coming up from Randall, and I think once I show Randall's images, because I think we got like probably 10 anyway. He's not here, and he didn't give me a lot of information, no setting information. So I'm just gonna like click through them and give you what he called it, the title, and then we'll see if Sanjit's in the chat. At that point, we will have an intermission period here and set up for something else. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next person. So we'll show some images here that Randall sent in, and he just called this one. Let me find my cheat sheet. I hate that when my cursor drags over to my laptop. It drives me nuts. Then I lose track of where it is, So he just called this a beautiful day, and I don't know where he took it, but it is interesting, an interesting shot. Little stone bridges, and I don't see any nature in there though in the water, but it looks like a nice place to walk around.
For sure. Nice garden.
Well, there is a person in the picture and a little bit right to center.
Yeah.
With red, a little bit of red. Yeah.
And I believe also on the other side as well, close to the red flowers.
So he did send in a lot of macro / close up images of flowers. So he just called this one coming up. He just called it. He's like me, hey, you don't know. I'm going to call it blue flowers. That's what I do. It's funny. I bought a flower book of flowers of South Carolina, and I swear that when I look at some flowers that I take, I go through the whole doggone book, and I don't find that flower in the book. And I bought the book, so, it drives me crazy. So the next one he got is of a crepe myrtle, which is a very, very popular tree here in Myrtle Beach. Is a lot of people love to get crepe myrtles in their yard for their landscaping, and there's a lot of different color variations, not just white. But those trees are, you can get them where they just look like smaller controlled shrubs or full-blown trees that can get 10 feet high or larger, after about 5 years or so growth. It can get pretty big, pretty much like not so much wide trees, somewhat straight up and down. They don't get overly wide. I have a few of them in my backyard.
Yeah, Randall's last 3 shots were shot wide open.
Yeah, f2.8. Yeah, I got his lens information here on my screen. 1/2000th of a second at f2.8 ISO 100, 26 millimeter. He says GR lens. Okay, what's a GR lens, Roy?
Sounds very Sony to me.
What's that?
Sounds Sony to me.
Sony, okay. Because I know they got GM lenses. I didn't know if they did GR lenses too. But so his next shot that he sent in is of what he's calling a Chinese gazebo.
Ooh.
That's unusual.
Yeah. Definitely nice.
Yeah. I don't think I would have wanted to be the guy stacking all those rocks, though. And then his next one is called Feeding Time with the a koi pond and a turtle. So he's probably getting most of these shots, I'm assuming, from a park, a local park of some kind. And then this one he just called this one Frosty Red, I guess, with those combination of the red flowered plants along with the ones that look, well, they look like plants that have frost on them. I guess that's why he's calling it Frosty Red.
Mm.
And then he has
I shot this one wide open too.
yeah, I think sometimes we abuse shooting wide open all the time. I think, in many cases it's smarter to stop down one or two stops just to take away the variability and making sure that you, get what you want. In this case, you're trying to just focus on a couple, in this case, like the flower on the right-hand side and the foreground element is the sharpest of all of them. And the one to the right of it is pretty sharp too, and then everything kind of blurs out, which is, so I could see shooting it wide open, in this case. But
Yeah.
I think we all have a tendency to shoot wide open a lot, and to each his own on that. And this next shot he called it's been a rough day with his dog.
Don't think so.
Yeah. Mine has that same look a lot lately.
One of his babies.
Yeah. Yeah, they could fall. I tell you, they could fall asleep anywhere. Now, if he came on, I was going to tease him about this next shot that he calls it lightning. I thought it was his own personal laser guns for his protection of his property. They almost look like they're all charged up and ready to shoot a beam out of them. They look more like some kind of high-tech armament system.
Indeed.
But that's definitely neat. And then he's got a few more here that he threw in. One called some different flowers. Not sure what kind this is with the big what looks like almost like berries there on the branches. And then he's got some purple ones here, purple and yellow. Those are pretty. And then his last shot, he can't play favorites. So, you got the dog image. You have to counterbalance the dog image with the cat image.
I love the expression.
You have to
Philosopher cat.
you have to be fair here. You can't just always show the dog. Now, you guys see this image pretty quick. It's interesting. I have quite a bit of lag time between my laptop and my desktop with the image showing up. Hopefully, you don't have that problem when I'm doing it. I'm assuming that you're seeing it within a few seconds.
Yeah.
So we've got. Let's see.
What's next?
We've got the next ones up are Jeff and Leslie.
Okay.
And Mr. Bixby. And then we've got Martin Hild. I don't know if you guys seen Martin in here yet. Probably not. Yeah, it's a little early for Martin, I think. So let's bring up Jeff's. Give me a second here to.
And he said before that he will be in the chat, but he can call. He cannot call tonight,
Okay.
but he's in the chat.
So his first image here is of a whitetail buck in velvet.
Beautiful.
Velvet on the antlers, shot at sunrise with his Canon EOS R7 with the RF 100 to 500 at f8, 1/500th of a second, ISO 640. He's enjoying his new gear, which is good because, like we say, it doesn't matter what gear you choose, man, as long as it works for you and you enjoy it. And he's getting fantastic results on his images, so I don't think he has any complaints whatsoever.
And the deer's enjoying his reflection.
Yeah. Or the deer's confused and says, "How come there's somebody that looks kind of sort of like me looking back at me?" You know.
Just before you said that it was in the morning, I was saying, guarantee you the photos in the morning, because if you want to photograph reflection, you better be in the morning, because
Yeah.
very
Sunrise.
rarely you see. Yeah, it's not only because of the angle of the light; it's just the calmest weather, and it's always in the morning. As soon as you get any ripple in the water, you lose this effect that Jeff captured.
Yeah.
Beautiful, Jeff. I love the reflection.
Yeah. Wonderful shot. The his next image that he sent in is of a goldfinch, male American goldfish, eating chicory seeds. This is these are all going to be with the I won't repeat the camera body. They're all going to be with the EOS R7, the Canon. So I'll just call out the lens and the settings. 100 to 500 zoom, 1/1000th of a second, f9, ISO 500. I like I like that lower right. You know, almost that ball of whatever you want to call it. It's interesting.
Well, and also the framing with the V-shaped branch and the finch, the American goldfinch in the middle. Beautiful.
You know, and it's balanced too, because he's got that. He doesn't have a dead space in it because he's got that flower on the far left-hand side that fills in that little gap too. So he did a great job with his composition. So good job, Jeff, as always. I love this next shot that he sent in. He sent in this tiny inchworm. It's about a 1/4 inch long in an ironweed flower. He says he's not sure if the purple color is from eating the purple flowers of this, or is it a color adaptation for its preferred food source? You know, maybe just to blend in so he doesn't get noticed and become lunch for, you know, a bird or something like that. So this is the 100 millimeter macro lens, 1/200th of a second, f8, ISO 2500, and he used topaz denoise on this image.
Very good.
Yeah, very good shot.
Yeah, and he answered the question about that flower that you were talking about. He said that this is the queen sound lace budding out, ready to bloom.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it looked like somebody was practicing basket weaving or something. His next image, I don't know if this is he borrowed maybe his wife's finger, unless that's his own finger. No, that's Leslie's finger. He says a 20 emperor butterfly landed on Leslie's finger. The one with the 100 to 500, 1/800th of a second, f7.1, ISO 1600. And he said he was calling her the butterfly whisperer. He said at least 2 different butterflies landed on her this day.
It certainly, I mean, I know Jeff typically don't take the photos on with the humans portion in it, but in this case, it works great. It brings the whole butterfly to scale.
Yep.
Love it.
Yep. Yep. Like it very much. Now the next one, I wouldn't show my wife because, well, my wife she's just very spooked about anything, any critter, anything that you'd call a critter, insect, bug, anything, rat, possum. Oh my goodness! If we lived out in the woods somewhere, she'd be having a rough day every day. But if she saw this next shot, she would definitely have a rough day. This is the northern water snake peeking out from under a rock in a stream. So he says he liked the ripples in the water from its slight movements, around the head there. The 100, 500, once again, 1/1000th of a second, f7.1, ISO 500.
Love it, the snake.
Great job, man. That water looks nice and clear too. You can see right to the bottom.
And another butterfly.
Yeah, and another butterfly blurred out here on the rocks in the foreground. Yeah. See, that one was trying to do what do you call it? When you have one that always wants to get in every picture you take.
Photo bombing.
Photo bombing, yeah. A butterfly was trying to photo bomb, yeah. So that's it for Jeff. So thanks, Jeff and Leslie. Thank you so much.
Indeed.
Thanks, Leslie, for loaning your finger to the image. I don't think you'd want to have like the snake on your finger, as in the neck, as in this photo, but the butterflies are much safer. So, Roy, you're coming up, buddy. These are your shots coming up.
I'm here.
You're there, okay. So here we go with Roy's first image.
Yeah.
That's an old D500, I think, shot up in the hills.
Wow.
I just liked it because of the movement.
Indeed.
Those rotten cockatoos. They eat your house.
Fighting for the bird bath.
Yeah.
In the spring, obviously, because of the daffodils.
Oh, I forgot about them.
So Roy's going to show that he has a wide variety of talents here because he goes from birds, and then he switches over to this nice flower shot.
That's me trying to take a picture of a flower. I can't even hold a camera now, let alone get low enough.
Well, getting low enough is probably not the problem. It's getting back up.
Yeah, true. About 2 days later, that flower opened up beautifully.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was going to do that, or I would have waited.
And you have a little bit of a backlight there, Roy.
I like backlight. I try for it often.
Yeah.
No flash either, which is unusual for me.
This is you were using a Z8 with the 105 macro.
Sounds like me.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I like it. It almost looks like a miniature cabbage head. You know what I mean? But obviously not the right color, but just the texture of it.
The flower is less than an inch across, so it's not big.
Oh.
They said something about paper. My daughter called it a paper flower or something that opens up like a piece of paper.
Wow.
Jeff commented in the
So
chat.
this is recent, Roy, that you took that photo?
I took it last week, yes.
Beautiful.
I'm having trouble holding the camera now, so it's getting difficult.
You still got it, Roy.
Yeah. He's got
Hang on to it too.
Plenty of subjects here that want to say hi to him as well. Roy's coining a phrase from Z-Wade. He's calling all his birds pigeons, though, when he sends me the description.
Only because I don't know what they're called. I think that's a rainbow lorikeet. I'm not sure, though. I'm terrible with names of birds.
I think you're right. And Roy, you always have plenty of friends here when you need birth identification.
Well, yesterday one came in the house and scared the daylights out of my wife.
Oh my God.
Landed on the end of her bed and certainly made her wake up.
Well, my wife screamed the other night because there was a palmetto bug, otherwise what we would in New England we would just call it a cockroach, that got in the bathroom while she was in the bathroom brushing her teeth, getting ready to go to bed, and all of a sudden I hear her scream and a yell. There's a cockroach in the bathroom. You got it. I go, yeah. I just said, yeah. She says, well, you got to come down and get rid of it. I go, so I start walking down the stairs. I go, why don't you just pick it up and throw it away? Well, I'm not picking up any cockroach. So I got one of those small portable car vacs, battery powered car vac. And I didn't see it, of course, when I went in the bathroom. It was nowhere to be found. And then all of a sudden I see it crawl out along the wall from behind the bath scale, and I just sucked it up to the nozzle on the vacuum cleaner, and then of course I couldn't resist but hold it up near her and say, do you want it? Do you want it? that didn't go over very good.
That's mean.
I was saying, do you want it? And I think she's thinking, do you want to get it?
And you see, Jeff, that's your job, taking care of cockroaches.
Yeah. They are
That's
nasty,
my job
man.
here too. My wife doesn't like cockroaches.
When humanity is gone, you darn well the planet's still going to have billions of cockroaches on it.
Exactly.
They're never going to die. And then Roy responded to a complaint that I made a few photo reviews ago, and I said, we never get any blank photos, and he sent me a wedding photo. And I figured we got people that watch this show that do weddings and share a wedding photo. And this what you said. I think you said this was your sister, Roy.
Yes, never again. Never doing a wedding again.
And this was from a slide.
Yes,
This was from a slide.
What year was that one, Roy? In the 70s?
Kodachrome.
Kodachrome.
Wow.
Probably an FM or an FE or something like that, with a 135 lens or 50 lens or something. Who knows? My memory's terrible. You wanted wedding? There's wedding.
I'll join that club with the terrible memory club. I'm not good. I'm lucky I remember what I had to eat yesterday,
You do better than me.
Then Roy decided to do a window shot here.
Oh yeah, I've got the same shot at the moment.
Wow.
Now, this is like out the window from your third floor of your house?
No, that's from where I'm sitting now.
Okay.
That's Melbourne from where I am out the window. I have to suffer these pictures. This view is terrible, isn't it?
I don't know how you put up with it, Roy.
It's very hard, but I have to do it.
Exactly.
Should see at night, all the lights come out. It's like a big Christmas tree.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful landscape.
I'm getting very lazy too. I should get Photoshop involved, clean them up a bit.
And that was taken with the
here's
CA.
one. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right, that was taken with the CA with which lens?
Probably the 180 to 600, about 180.
Okay, so it's a telephoto photo.
Telephoto
Probably shorter.
cityscape
Depending on
shot.
what lens was on the camera at the time.
Beautiful.
And then his last he's got two or three more he sent in here. I think he's got, let's see.
Well, you said you needed pictures.
Yeah, so you got three more. Roy really hit it out of the park this week. So he sent in a whole bunch of shots. So this one now he said is from Baronia in 1964.
Yes, one of the first pictures I ever took. I'm now living at the top of one of those hills. in
Oh,
the background.
Oop, oop, oop. I jumped ahead here.
wow.
Now
That's what it is.
yeah. I'm
That's a
looking
very
at the
quiet
old
town.
cars. I like looking at the old cars.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now your roads where you live. I mean, are most of your roads 2-lane roads, or do you have 4-lane roads
Yes,
too?
most of 2 lanes.
You know,
We drive on the left though.
okay.
Chemist. I presume that's a pharmacist, correct?
The chemist,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what we call them. They don't
Yeah.
sell milkshakes and things like they do in America though. It's just
Oh.
pharmacy stuff.
Okay. That,
And then Roy sent us a couple more.
Yeah, that's always easy. That's out the other side of the house. There's always a Rosella or something out there.
yeah, that's a beautiful
That's an
bird.
easy shot.
Well,
Probably the
Mhm.
180 to 600 again.
I love the red.
Yeah.
Red is such a difficult color to photograph.
Mm.
And then he said, "Oh, I guess I'll top it off with another bird here. There you go."
Yes,
Sulfur crescent cockatoo.
that's right. The ones that eat your house.
Exactly.
Our last house, all the glass started to fall out the windows because they chewed the windows so much.
Yeah, chew your window frames apart, huh?
Yeah, they do. I had to stop feeding them, or the wife would have killed me.
Very
Well,
good,
Roy,
Roy.
you sent in a ton of shots this month. Good.
I tried to keep it down to 4, but I thought you needed them, so there they are.
No,
We need Roy. That's good. Other weeks we need more for the next photo show. We need more contributors. So that
yes.
you can,
You need to
Yes.
get some of the folks that slacked off this month to kick it up a notch for next month.
exactly. But these are wonderful, Roy.
Very good. See, he's a man about town here. He's got the landscape shots. He's got the bird shots. He's got the flower shot.
Exactly.
Hey, someday, if you're allowed to, I mean, maybe contractually you can't. It would be neat if you could share an image or two of what you did for a living, if you're allowed to do that. I don't know.
I'll have
That would
to
be
plug it
great.
all back in. It's all up in the garage in a NAS box.
Ah,
The only sort of photography I've never done is unit photography for studios and that. I've done everything else at one time or another.
very good, Roy. And as you are our historian here, good to see that you bring some of the photos from, from slides. That should encourage us to dust off some of our slide packages and digitize them and show them.
If it wasn't so much work, I'd still use a film camera. I'm too lazy though, too impatient.
Yes, very good, Roy.
You get
Thank you.
we're used to like somewhat instant gratification anyway
That's true.
nowadays. So
Great
thanks a
shots,
lot,
Roy.
Roy. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So our next, let's see, we're at 10:30. So David, are you going to be around a little bit longer, or do you need to skip out of town here shortly? Or you're going to be here for the duration?
We're already out of town. And,
You're already out of town, yeah.
And the smoke is that much that we can't see the horizon.
No night photography for you tonight.
Well, I can shoot straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the smoke is all low, but
Okay.
it's not a good night for aurora.
All right.
So we're going to be around.
Okay. What I'm going to do now is the next person's shots is going to be Martin, who I don't believe is in here yet because it's too early for him. So what we're going to do is I'm going to share a surprise with you. And give me a second to minimize some stuff here, and I'm going to have to change what I'm sharing on the screen. So it's going to take a minute or two here, so bear with me.
Yeah, I turned my camera off so that they conserve some bandwidth.
I mean, I've got so many things open in the background here. It's incredible. So I'm going to put something up on the screen here, and
we'll let you know when we see it. All right, we see it.
Okay, so I got putting up a screenshot image of Sanjit. So for those of you who don't know who he is and don't know what he looks like, you could be reading this. He's an exceptional photographer. He's won tons and tons of awards. I mean, I could go on a half hour just talking about the awards that he's won. I will mention one specific one in a second. Let's see. Let me see. He's in here. He heard, his ears were burning. He heard me. So Sanja is in the. You can't see him because we've got the screen covered here, but he is in the on the panel right now. So I'm showing a screenshot image of him as I do a little bit of a talk here, and then I'm going to let him introduce something to you. So we got a special treat from Sanjit Paul Singh, and we call him Sanjit for short. He's been very kind enough to send me a video of some of the work he does with communities relative to wildlife and conservation work that he is a part of. He assists in habitat restoration projects and many other conservation efforts, and we should all applaud those efforts. He sent us a video that, as he describes it to me, is a world premiere. It's being shared on the show. Has never been shown to anyone else before. So simply put, that's amazing and greatly appreciated that he was nice enough to send us something to share. His website, if you've never gone to it, is jitspics.com, jitspics.com, which I've been on it several times. I highly recommend it. If you enjoy and appreciate nature and conservation efforts, he's a multiple award winner for his photographic expertise and conservation efforts. As I said, he has his clientele that his images appear on magazines, and people that search him out for his images are clients that any photographer would dream of being able to do business with. Now, one of his many awards, which I'm going to mention because it kind of ties in with this video, is he is a UNDP winner. And for those of you who don't know what UNDP is, it stands for the United Nations Development Program, or programs, which is a UN program tasked with helping countries eliminate poverty and achieve sustainable economic growth and human development. The UNDP emphasizes developing local capacity toward long-term self-sufficiency and prosperity. So, like I said, it was very, very kind to him to to send a video to share, and I'm going to let him. Sanjit, why don't you kind of introduce what this video is going to be about, and then I will bring it up on the screen, and hopefully we don't have any buffering issues and everybody's going to be able to enjoy it.
Hey guys, it's nice to be here. How's everyone doing?
Great. Thank you for giving us the privilege of having you on the show. We appreciate it.
It's like I tune in whenever I can, and it's always, it's great content, and you guys are so funny sometimes. It just makes our Sunday morning. And of course, with me, my wife is always around and she's always listening too. A little bit about this video is we just wanted to highlight that without working together with communities, conservation projects, it's slightly difficult to progress. A lot of people say an inch is a cinch, a yard is hard. So we approach it in a very holistic manner. We go inch by inch, and we've been working in this part of Borneo for over a decade, perhaps 13 or maybe going into 14 years. And this is where my wife did her PhD study. So it's the eastern side of Borneo, in a village called Sukau, in an area called Kinabatangan, which is one of the longest rivers in that region, or longest river in Borneo. Wow. Um, of course, we work with hornbills primarily, and that's what Gaia is all about. We go up, um, high up on trees. We restore hornbill nests, those nests that has been dilapidated in a way. Sometimes when we gather data for hornbill nesting, and over the years they stop nesting, so we have to go up, we have to climb and figure out what has happened. So we restore this nest, and it's kind of like to help them with their home. And the most important thing of these keystone species that we have in Malaysia, apart from them being very attractive big birds, right? Uh, they they cover wide ranges, they cover wide areas. So every fruit or seed that they consume, they swallow it whole, and their digestive system just you know extracts all the fleshy bits, and they either regurgitate or they poop the seed out somewhere else. And these seeds are not harmed, and they are super, super fertile. So we've been doing this throughout the entire country, throughout Malaysia. We are currently working in 5 states, and I'm required to be in every state and every time, which is so, so difficult. But today, it's nice to be home, home with my CEO. Wife has gone out a little bit in the morning, but yeah. So any successful conservation program, we always work with the locals. It not only helps the local financially. A lot of locals, indigenous people that we work with on the peninsula Malaysia, they uh, they get salaries from it, so their livelihood is dependent on these kind of projects. And they roam the forest, they know the forest the best, and yeah, they eventually become the guardians to hornbills, which is great. And it helps protect the area, the landscape even more, because in these landscapes there are other wildlife species like elephants, low lorises, primates like the gibbons or siamangs. In Borneo, you've got the orangutans, the elephants. On the peninsula, you've got tigers. In Borneo, you've got clouded leopards, and crocodiles. It's really interesting to have local communities just going into the forest, serves as a layer of protection. So yeah, I don't want to ramble on. And a little bit about these guys that are featured in the video. Eddie, he is our go-to guy. He is, oh my goodness, tip of the hat to him. He is pretty much what a Swiss Army knife is. He's a drone pilot, he's a photographer, he's a videographer, he is an experienced climber, and he's certified up to the level that he can do rescue climbing. He is a boatman. He grew up being a mechanic at logging camps with his dad, and he is not relatively a very large guy. He's a little bit on the smaller side, but when he walks into the room, he becomes a giant. He's so skillful with GPS, with mapping. He is a honorary warden, so he has the power to give people warnings or even arrest people if they're doing something wrong in the forest. And that lady that you're going to see in the video, she is the scientific director of Gaia. She is the wife, and she is an amazing, amazing person that has help so many people through conservation. So I'm not going to take up too much of your time. That was pretty much raw and unscripted. Yeah, go ahead,
No,
Jeff.
that's
Take it away.
fine. And what we'll do is after we show the video, and I'll remind everybody in the chat that I'm sure you're going to have some questions to ask, and make sure that you put a QQQ in the front of your comments so we can identify your questions quickly. And we will. I will try to get the video up here in a second, and hopefully, like I said, it works according to plan. But you never know. I mean, this is how technology is. So I'm going to try to get the video going here, and hopefully the volume will be loud enough. If not, let me know.
Kinabatangan ini kawasannya sangatlah luas. Sungguh pun dia luas, tetapi hutan dia makin lama semakin kecil akibat banyaklah perubahan habitat itu. Dan walaupun dia hutannya sangat kecil, tetapi biodiversity-nya amat tinggi. Di Kinabatangan ada banyak gajah, orangutan, dan tidak lupa juga di hornbill.
Hornbills, they're very large birds. They can actually consume larger fruits. Because they're flying and covering vast areas, they're actually excellent seed dispersers. So if you take them away from the environment, the trees that relied on them to spread their seeds will also eventually die out as well. So we want to make sure that these birds are safe. So one of the steps is to take the effort to make artificial nest boxes for them.
Salah satu kita punya tujuan untuk meningkatkan populasi burung enggang di Kinabatangan ini adalah mencipta satu kotak sarang tiruan itu. Dan ini baguslah untuk pemulihan populasi di kawasan ini.
So hornbills, they are cavity nesting birds. They have to find really tall trees and cavities that are already formed for them to nest in. Despite having that huge casque and that huge bill, they still cannot make these cavities themselves. They're actually reliant on other animals such as a barbet or woodpecker to start this cavity for them. And then sometimes over time, the tree will heal and change. And it takes years before it becomes a suitable cavity for the hornbill to use. So you can imagine how long this process takes for a cavity to be formed for a hornbill.
Asap! Pemasangan kotak sarang ini sesuai untuk hornbill ini, untuk dia breeding lah, untuk dia bertelur.
So these boxes, they are 50 to 60 kilograms, and you have to raise them up 20 meters high. It's really a very dangerous task. So that's why we need, expert climbers to do this kind of work.
Kita ada banyak cabaran sebenarnya, besar cabaran untuk menaikkan kotak sarang ini. Salah satu cabaran dia di mana-mana kawasan adalah pemilihan pokok itu. Sebab kita memilih pokok yang sesuai, terutamanya yang paling bagusnya adalah pokok yang matang. Jadi kotak itu kekal lama di tempat itu. Saya berharaplah nih kotak sarang ini diguna pakai oleh burung hornbill nih, sebab itu adalah kejayaan besar untuk kami apabila kita melihat anak burung enggang itu keluar dari box itu sendiri, dan ini satu kebanggaan kita lah.
When I think about what I want to do for hornbills, I feel very small and it is overwhelming. But through collaboration, I see how big we can be together. And of course, it involves governments, other NGOs, and even students who are interested, interns. All of us can come together and work together, and with that, we will create a bigger impact, greater impact. The goal for Gaia is basically to create safe nesting opportunities for hornbills. So it's important for the locals to also be aware of the importance of the hornbills and what are their roles, their ecological roles, and their benefits to the people, so that they won't be harmed by people. And we can actually see coexistence between hornbills and the community.
Great job. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let me, let's see, get to where we're, get rid of the screen share here if I can. If we can, and we have us, we are all here on the screen now, at least temporarily. For as long as this lasts, we'll count to 10 and we'll all disappear. It'll be my magic trick for tonight. We'll all just disappear.
I can get everyone.
But Sanjit, how you doing, man? I mean, you've been working with the
I take my
hornbill
hat off.
for a long, long time.
Yeah, for a very long time. Funny story. It actually started out because of a girl.
Isn't it funny
Yeah.
how that always happens, huh?
Yeah, it did. And she was doing a master's at that time, and we would go into the forest, and I would assist her with her work. And of course, back then, in places that we lived, there was just a wooden hut with no running water, no electricity. So after a while, you do miss the simple things in life, like turning on a tap for fresh water, or flipping a switch for a light at night. And here we are, burning the hairs of the fingers trying to light a candle in the middle of the dark forest. And yeah, after she did a master, she pursued a PhD. We got married on New Year's Day 2010. And also today is a very special day. We are blessed with a lovely daughter. She's 4 months today.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
So hornbills, kind of chose us. And the more that we observe these birds in the wild, the more I kind of like realized, how this relates so simply and so in a very in-depth manner of lessons that humanity can learn from the hornbills. They have a dating ritual every year before they start to nest, and they are a monogamous species. They are family orientated. They're always bound together, and whenever there's a tree that is in fig, they share these fruits with various species that they share the landscape with. So the pigeons will come, the hornbills will come, the primates will come. On a different level of the canopy, you will have bees or stingless bees nesting, monitor lizards coming up for the fallen fruits. At the bottom of the tree, you get the wild boars, and with those bees, you get the sun bears coming up. And with all these animals on this grand buffet, you get the predators coming. You get the tigers, the clouded leopards. They are all congregating to this one tree. The hornbill on one hand, they don't mind sharing these fruits with every other species out there. My CEO is awake. The 4-month-old CEO, she's awake. There you go. So these artificial nests that we created, of course, it took a lot of people, a lot of time, If you see in the credits, you've got folks from US, the UK, and we partner together with international zoos because when they have similar species, they need to create a conducive environment for these species to nest and bear young as well. So, we'll have trips out or they'll have trips into Malaysia and we'll share knowledge about what's happening in their areas. And there's no better way to learn about wild animals rather than just being in their habitat. So, from the six hornbills that is fledged, there is a scientific paper out there that says um, a single bird can spread up to 200,000 seeds a year. So, within 5 years, multiply that with six chicks. I'm never good with math. So, that would give us somewhere between 3 to 6 million seeds distributed, which are potential trees that are planted in the forest by the birds themselves.
So they're like they're like tree pollinators, really. I mean, they keep they spread the gift of life everywhere in the canopy in the forest.
They do, and that's why this species is so important. And you know, they expand forest ranges. They are spreading the seeds in areas over barren land. So what used to be logging sites. They are our forest gardeners, and they're providing the service not only as human beings who need fresh water and fresh air to survive, essentially, but they are giving the service for other wildlife to thrive. Elephants need to go through very vast ranges. Predators need places to hide. So they are providing this service not only for us, but to benefit the entire landscape and every species that depend on that ecosystem.
Now, did you, I encourage people in the chat to ask questions. I don't want to be the only one asking questions, but that's going to ask a lot of questions because that's how I am, inquisitive and crazy, as we all know. Now, were you an active photographer before you got into the involvement with the conservation efforts, or is that something that drove you to get an interest in photography and then it's just taken off from there?
Wow. Well, I always wanted to be a photographer. My first job started out as a photojournalist, and uh, and yeah, I used to be a travel writer. So I would travel, get the stories out, get the photos out, and we'll shoot in film. We'll shoot in medium format film, and but I was on a retainer basis, and I could not earn enough to purchase that next roll of film to go out for the next assignment. So the publisher also had an entertainment magazine. So party on. I used to travel during the day, and wherever I end up, I'll party on through the night and get those entertainment stories out. And from there, I went for an assignment overseas, came back 3 days later, the publication shut down. And so I was out of a job instantly and managed to land a job in a post-production studio where we did post-production for television commercials. That didn't go very well, but I kind of like got a little bit of footing to understand the process of post-production. And these are still using beta tapes and this big bulky tapes on this huge 12-kilo cameras. And so after 3 years, I resigned from that and got a job in advertising for 8 years, and working for somebody. And this guy, he's a gem of a guy. Is one of those bosses that motivates you, and he purchased all the camera equipment, lighting equipment, because I would do annual reports, so that involved a lot of CEO portraits. And with all the equipment, he said, don't you dare to stay at home over the weekends watching TV. Please take this equipment out, go shoot whatever you like, however you like it, get actively involved in it if you enjoy it. And I would take all the equipment out. I'll do weddings, I'll do product shoots, I'll do food shoots, I'll do fashion shoots to earn extra income over the weekends. However, working with clients, they're like, dragons breathing down their neck, trying to source food from the bottom of a volcano somewhere. I found I found peace and serenity just going out to parks and photographing birds and landscapes and the sunrise, the moonrise, just photographing the simple things like the little wake of water by the ocean is coming in. And and of course, that gave me the opportunity to work with my girlfriend at that time, who is now my wife, to go into the forest and document these beautiful, magnificent birds. Of course, one of it that really got me rolling into this wildlife and conservation photography was photographing the helmeted hornbill, which is a globally, it's a critically endangered species. And my first thought was this is a not so good looking big pterodactyl looking like turkey flying in the sky. But it's just through observation, through silently being in the forest, watching these wild species. I found that sense of calmness, and I found that sense of understanding um, when it comes to relationships, human and nature, nature and nature, wild species and nature. You get this sense of interconnectedness. You're connected with everything, and the simple things like when a hornbill goes to a fig tree to pick a fruit to impress the female, they will pinch the fruit a little by little, uh, too ripe, overripe, unripe, not juicy enough, and he'll just pick that perfect one, and the rest does not go to waste. Simple things like that, just consuming what you need, and the rest will be recycled back, either by other species or it will go back into the land that would provide nutrients to other plants that is eventually going to be beneficial to every living being on the planet.
So
Did I
I
stray?
mean, you're basically, you get that. Well, I mean, I can't speak for, I don't go to exotic locations or anything, but I mean, when I'm doing my nature photography and my bird photography or whatever, it just gives me that sense of calmness and peace too, where I feel like I'm getting to see how everything else in the world works, uh, other than human beings. I'm getting to you, and you learn so much from just watching nature, and you get to see how they interact with each other and what species commingle with other species and which ones are like the troublemakers, and their parenting skills when they have their young and everything else. And it opens up a whole world to you that you never had time for when you were younger, and in the business world or whatever, and working the 9 to 5 job, and that type of thing. And you see it at a bigger scale because you're seeing the whole, um, how this one species of birds, contributes to the whole ecology in the forest, and how what it does affects. It's like for in this case, because the bird's high up in the tree, it's like the trickle down theory. Okay, the food's up here, it trickles down, and who gets it? Who benefits from it? And you get to sit there and have a great performance that you see every time you go out. I mean, you got that's got to be amazing to be able to experience that all the time.
So Sanjay, first, from me, congratulations, excellent video, right?
Yes.
So I enjoy it, and also thank you for all the effort that you and your wife do on conservation and on behalf of the hornbills. Uh, that effort that you guys are doing with this artificial nest is fantastic, correct? Because you know, in many forests around the world, and Borneo, I have been there, correct? It's mature trees are far, correct, and sometimes not so many. They need these huge cavities. So you're helping them a lot. So uh, thank you on behalf of humanity in that way, right? So that's good. And I still remember from my trips there. The one of the saddest thing that you can see is such a beautiful forest, and you turn a corner in a mountain, and you see these plantations of uh, oil palm trees. Correct? That's the one of the saddest things that I have seen in the world. And you show a little bit of that in the video. So Sanjay, you said that you have installed 40 of those.
Yeah, currently we have about 40 artificial nests spread
Yeah.
throughout three states, I guess. Yeah, 3 states.
And mostly that's mostly in what islands are you in? Borneo and
As Borneo has got most of it, and there is on the northern peninsula on the west coast we have 2 artificial nests
Mhm.
there and one more on the island of Langkawi. And the thing about this artificial nest is that we can't just put it anywhere. We do a lot of baseline data, a lot of baseline research that happens to identify areas where there is a good population of hornbills,
Of course.
uh, good enough food source for
Yes.
hornbills. However, that it's an area of a regenerating forest where the hornbills need help for homes for hornbills. Yeah. But the thing about plantations and oil palm, yes, we are the second largest producers globally. It constitutes quite a lot of land use. There are laws in Malaysia that the plantations are not allowed to clear new lands to create new
Okay.
plantations. So they have to use what they already have. But you know, to be honest, there is a lot of land clearing going on for durian plantations now in other
Okay.
states as well. So, but the best thing about conservation is that it allows us to come up with creative solutions to help the species and the landscape out. Not leaving behind a single um, species because they are all equally as important. So yes, in terms of land clearing is still happening. In terms of palm oil is still there, and a lot of palm oil companies they are under very strict regulations with
Very good.
the RSPO certification. So if they do go against that, then they can be delisted from the board, and they can lose billions overnight. But on the flip side, the plus point of these plantations is that it's provided millions
No, no.
with jobs. Yeah.
I
So
understand,
yeah.
Sanjay. There is no free lunch in the world, correct? So
No, but it's trying to find the
it's a
balance.
balance. Yeah.
Yeah.
But remember, when I saw that was almost now 30 years ago, correct? So 30 years ago, you will go from pristine forest, you go, and then suddenly you see, wow, uh, what happened here? The landscape has changed completely. But thank you for that effort. And I love the photos, and the cinematography was excellent, and the quality of the production fantastic. So I got a couple of questions, and let other of the panelists and also people here to ask some questions. So obviously we watch it through the restream here, but I'm sure that we saw the not the best quality possible. So you say that this hasn't been published yet?
Well, it's this has not been published yet. It was aired to a select group of VIPs during the closing ceremony of the World Environment Day here in Malaysia.
Okay,
So it's not been out. It's not on YouTube, not yet. But once it's out, then we'll share with you the link.
exactly.
Hopefully early November, because we are planning together with a couple of foundations and partners, where the minister is also getting involved to officiate National Hornbill Day here in Malaysia.
Beautiful. So
Oh,
once that happens, let us know so that we can go to that site and watch it again.
yeah.
Hopefully,
Definitely. And it took a tremendous amount of human hours and skills, because to create something like this for conservation, anyone that is willing to contribute or help in any way, they have come together and help. It's like there is legislations involved, there is engineers involved, there are drone pilots involved, there is arborists involved. So, in so many ways, it took so many people, uh, and they should be proud that they are contributed to something that is bearing results.
No, beautiful, beautiful.
We can't thank you enough for being so generous to share it on this photo review, because not that we plan it this way, but it just so happens to be that there are a lot of wildlife and nature photographers that frequent the channel. But we encourage photography of all genres, but we probably lean a little more to nature and wildlife than maybe some other channels do. But when you contacted me and said that you were going to be willing to show this on the show tonight, I was like pinching myself, So, I mean, it's just wonderful what you're doing. And it does take a unique individual to be able to dedicate, their life basically to this type of work, because, we all know it's not for everyone. And you don't necessarily get the rewards that are due you for what you do. And so I just want to thank you for, all of us that love nature and birds, and that we do appreciate what you do. And we thank you so much for being willing to share that a little part of the story with us on the show. And I hope people check out your website, because I've been on it. I went on it a long time ago, and I went on it again once you contacted me. And everybody should check out your website and get your story, get your information, see your images, see your work, because it's important stuff. I mean, we all get lost in the normal business world activities, I think, and we forget about there is a world outside our backyard, and we don't all get to go out and explore it. And so congratulations to you and your wife, and on your new baby. And hey, I hope for you to even have 5 minutes to come on the show is really a thrill. We really do appreciate it. And now, do you ever run into John Ishii at all?
I did run into John yesterday at the photo fair, and yeah, I just went there just to mingle with all the camera folks, have a couple of meetings, and pick up an SD card reader, because we just so need an SD card reader. I think Wayne was there.
Oh, Wayne
think
Maddox? Yeah. Okay.
Perhaps Wayne was there, but you have to be honest. It's like it is. What we do is a collective effort. Efforts came from all around the world, and it's my little tip of the hat to everybody. And even for this channel here, Selective Imagery, that it's to spread this message out to the world, and we are ultimately grateful for that. And it's without your love and support, it's no project can run smoothly. And it's for everybody. So many people came together from all around the world, and it's this species is being looked at from a global perspective. And we couldn't do it with everybody's support. It is a collective effort
all I can
from
tell you-
communities,
all I can tell you-
experts, and everyone in the world. Thank you guys.
All I can tell you is you can't get me to climb those trees.
I am also now a certified arborist, so I need practice to climb those trees. Hopefully, take our little CEO up there one day. That's
So,
how it
so
is.
Sandy, I know that now a technical question. So, what on this video, all the shots? What camera do you use? What lenses do you use primarily for this one?
The
You
interviews
have
were
to ask a
done
question.
by another company, and they were filming the artificial nest installation in one of the remote villages. So that one they used an FX7 with
Okay.
a couple of Canon cameras, A lot of the shots of the wildlife were filmed by myself, the Nikon. I'm not too sure if there's any drone shots in there. Yes, the drone shots were done with a Mavic 3. And honestly, it's just a mix and match of whatever we had our hands on, and any footage that we also had in our archives. So we just quickly put this one out together. We hope to do more. There is another video that we are working on. Slightly got delayed because the program that was supposed to be aired on had a little shift in direction. So hopefully that comes out later this year on the 22nd of November. So yeah, we are constantly busy apart from strategic planning, management plans, deliverables, working together with communities, working together with foundations and funders, producing videos as well. So constantly busy.
I think somebody is calling for you.
Yeah, CEO, she's awake.
Yeah. Yeah, we know who's in charge now, and I hate to tell you it's not you.
We couldn't ask for anything more, from 200 days on the road last year, and it's being homebound. Mate, I'm on cloud nine.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, thanks again, and I hope a lot of people, pick up on what was shared tonight, and watch this and get engaged, and go to your channel, and go to your website.
Familiar with this one. This is from my time there in Borneo.
It's a rhinoceros hornbill. Beautiful. Come back to Borneo, please.
I'm sorry?
Come back to Borneo, please. Come back to Malaysia. I'm somewhere in the country.
When I see that footage, it's tempting.
Please, there's so much more, and there's only so much you can experience from a photo or from the film itself. When you are in the rainforest, you only wish that the camera could capture every single detail of what's around you. So perhaps next time, if I do get my hands on some 360 cameras, it's going to be another interesting film.
Very good.
Wonderful.
So sorry, I have to run, but I'll still be tuned in, and I'll get on the chat as well.
No,
Don't be a stranger.
Thank you very much, Sergeant.
I mean, stop in, even if it's for 5 minutes. I mean, we love having you on, and it's great what you're doing. And say hi to your wife, and give your baby a hug for us, and good luck with everything. And hopefully you get to stay home for a little bit of time and relax a little bit, catch your breath.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was great, everybody. And we're going to, I'm going to reset myself here and get to where we're going back to the our images. So give me a minute. So that was my surprise for everybody for today's show. And it's a rare experience when someone of his caliber takes the time to come on a little channel like we have and share that information with everybody. And I really appreciate that he was kind enough to do that. And other than a few people at high levels in the corporate world, we were the first average folks to be able to see that video. I think that was great for him to do for us. So we left off finishing up with Roy's images, and I have to get my cheat sheet up here once I find my mouse, and we're going to go and review at this time Martin Hill's images. So we're going to start off with his first image that he sent in, and this is and I'm just going to read from what he sent in. Of course, he says this first image shows a tawny owl. This owl is almost always in the same place. Very reliable bird. Since it lives in a local park in the city, it doesn't seem to care much about people. The nesting hole is an old chestnut tree. You can see the rest of the chestnut flower in the image. He says, while the birds are nocturnal, they will come out in the early evening and sometimes even in good light. Taken with the Z9 and the 800 PF, 1/400th of a second, f6.3, ISO 2000. He says you could, however, easily use 1/60th of a second with that combination and 20 owls. This is a vertical crop from a horizontal picture. Photo was taken in May. He says, so it's not very recent, but he had a hard time picking new pictures. Hey, we don't care if the picture doesn't have to be from last week. It could be from September 7th of 2010. We don't care. You know, it's just about sharing what you like to do. So very nice image to start off with your set. And then the next image that Martin sent in was, I never even knew there was a green woodpecker. This is a green woodpecker. He says he loves these birds. While they're not particularly rare, they can be very skittish. However, you often see them in parks and gardens and even at feeders. He says the bird in the picture is a juvenile. Once they grow up, they're more uniformly green. He took the picture in a local nature reserve close to the airport. Almost no cropping at all. Never had the chance to get a photo from this close without any hide or camouflage. Once again, the Z9 with the 800 PF, 1/200th of a second, wide open, f6.3, ISO 560. He says he kind of wishes he used a smaller aperture because he says, as you see, the eye's in focus, but other parts of the bird are not. He said f11 would have been no problem. The background was very far away, taken the end of June. But yeah, but you know, the body, the chest is sharp, the eye is sharp, the head is sharp. I mean, it is sharper than I think how you're perceiving it. There's minor variations in sharpness, but it's a very, very excellent photo. And as they say, is main thing is getting that eye sharp, and everything else can fall where it may. But I do understand, and that's where I says we all have the tendency sometimes to want to shoot wide open to have that separation. But when you have when your background is so far away, I mean, you could really stop down the lens quite a bit, and you're still going to have that nice blurry background, because it's not like that background is, 10 feet away from the bird. It's much farther away than that. So don't be scared to stop it down, just to make sure that, if you want the whole bird sharp, that you can get the whole bird sharp. But very, very nice photo. That's
Beautiful.
Martin's second of, I believe he sent me 4 images. So we got image number 3 coming up. And this is a bird that actually I do have where I live, least bitterns. This was nesting in a local pond area. And he says after visiting for 3 times unsuccessfully, he finally found the young birds. It's his first time seeing the little bit bitterns. They're the smallest herons here, a maximum of 15 inches. Mind you, this picture was taken from about 100 yards away. It's almost, it's almost 100% crop. Says, I am amazed that there is almost no visible haze. This is from mid-July, so it's unusual to get good photographic conditions during daylight. Same lens body combination, Z9 with 800 PF, 1/800th of a second, f6.3, ISO 250. And then his last image, I love seeing, I tell you, we have least bitterns, but you hardly ever see them. I mean, we talked about, Gustavo mentioned earlier that the, clapper rails are so hard to, you hear them, they're all around you. You hear them because they're very talkative. They're very loud. you know they're in the reeds, you know they're in there by the hundreds probably, but they rarely come out in the open, you know. And these birds are the same way. I mean, in South Carolina, they hide in the really tall reeds, and rarely they sneak out to the outer edge sometimes, where they'll hop from reed to reed and try to get an insect or a small fish or something. So it's, I mean, in the 6 years I've been down here, I've probably only had the opportunity to get pictures of these birds. And I'm probably guessing too high, as I'm thinking maybe 4 or 5 times in 6 years. I mean, you just don't, very, very rare that you see them. His last shot here that he sent in is of a young hare. He says he ran out of bird pictures and didn't want to bore me with mindless orchids. And I wrote back to him. I says, I don't mind orchids. And he, you know, I took it out of context, you know, but he says this shot is from last weekend. He says he loves these animals. They used to be extremely rare when he was a kid. He says we only had rabbits here and no hares. However, in the last few years, the hare has returned. They're extremely well camouflaged and very aware of their surroundings. Thus, it's hard to get close to them and take a good picture. And it's also probably not a good idea, as you may not want to scare these beautiful animals. He says, if you are silent, though, they may come close to you. This young one, however, had noticed me and ducked down. He got a quick picture and went on to try not to scare it more, because I think it may have been 20 yards away, which is close enough anyways. Same lens, body combination. Pardon?
They say the picture tells the story very well.
Yes. 1/50th of a second. I mean, yeah, that hare was definitely not trying to reveal itself and wasn't moving, you know, because that thing's sharp as a tack at 1/50th of a second, wide open, f6.3, ISO 280, taken right after sunset in a nature reserve south of where he lives, close to Mainz, M-A-I-N-Z. Says the eye detect did not work at all, so he had to use pinpoint autofocus, which is kind of complicated when hand holding the camera so low, but he says he loved the outcome, and we do too.
Yes.
He says, something to note, show me any other camera that does 1/50th of a second so consistently well at 800 millimeter focal length. He says Nikon's image stabilization is incredible.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Martin, for your images. We appreciate, as always, you sending them in to us. We really, really do.
Wonderful.
And so our next participants in the photo review is Anita and David, followed by we got Ted, aka Austin Rhodes. Ted sent in some images, which was great, because once in a while Ted gives me a call, and when we're talking, we talk a lot of vintage camera stuff, as you know, and God, we could be on the phone for 3 hours, and we could probably talk another 3 hours. I mean, we just we have very good conversation, and we're both fans of vintage cameras. We're both former Minolta owners and Minolta lovers, and so we compare what we have or what we recently bought or whatever. We always have good conversation. So I'm going to jump to Anita's shot. She took 5 Northern Light photos, and she said David was not with her that night, so he missed a good show. I'm sure he's seen these images. If he hasn't seen these images, he may say, I got to leave now and try to get these images. She used the Z6 II and the D750. As she said, her Z8 was out for repair. Was that for the lugs, David? Lug problem?
Yeah, that was for the lugs.
Yeah. So she says she set the D850 and the Z8 to shoot in different directions. She said, obviously, the Z6 II with the 20 millimeter Z lens had the best view. She left home shortly after 11 p.m. and called it quits at 1 a.m. So these photos were taken within a half-hour period between 12:30 and 1 o'clock a.m. So you're going to be able to see A lot of these are from the same vantage point, not all of them, but several of these are from the same vantage point. So you get to see how the look of the colors of the aurora change during that very short period of time that she was taking these shots. She used topaz denoise after she edited it in Lightroom. And exposure times ranged from 1.3 seconds to 3 seconds at ISO 1600, f1.8, and f2. So let me, if Nita wants to make further commentary as we go through these photos, feel free to jump in and comment. Where, let's see, where was this actually taken?
She's coming here.
They were taken about 10 minutes away from where I live. I went out in the country and just found a farmer's field with a nice entrance and pulled in there and set up my tripods. So that's Sylvan Lake, Alberta.
Wow. Beautiful.
So we'll click through these so you can see the changes. And I'll go back and forth like, okay, here's the first one. Here's another one. And what's neat is, you get a whole, you're just sitting there timing it and you're getting completely, really completely different looks without having to go drive somewhere else.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can find at one place. Somebody 10 miles away might have got a totally different show than what I saw.
And here's your third image. Yeah, like this one has a lot more green in it.
Yee.
And then it goes from that to where now you got more purple in the middle and on the upper right hand side of the frame.
How far apart in time are these photos, Arita?
I think she said they were within
a half an hour.
Yeah.
Within half an hour. Wow.
All 5 images in that half-hour period.
Beautiful.
And here's the last one. Yeah, I mean these are cool. Very, very neat. Very neat. I mean, I can't see anything like this where I live, but that's what's cool about these photo reviews is that you don't have to be you could just be just outside the United States or anywhere in the United States and just have such a different different set of things to take pictures of them where you live. I mean, you really get to appreciate where everybody is, and what they get to enjoy that and then we take stuff that maybe you wish you could get, and you're taking stuff that we wish we could get. But wonderful job. Thank you for sending these in. And David's probably going to steal these photos and change the name at the bottom of them.
It wouldn't do any good because it'll come out in the files.
EXIF data.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for sending these in. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much.
And the next ones coming up are David. So David could talk to these because he unlike you, he didn't provide information to me, so he's going to have to provide the information for everybody. So I'm going to bring up his first shot.
Yeah, this one, the information is on the upper left.
Oh, it's in that. Yeah, I can see it at the top of my screen. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, with 100 millimeters, my 100 to 400. F7.1.
Now,
This
now,
is,
what what
okay.
area is it?
All of my shots, I think were taken, all except for one of them, were taken within a kilometer of each other. And this is one of our favorite camping spots, just north of Drumheller, Alberta. It's on the Red Deer River. It's in the valley, and there's lots of dinosaur digs in this area. And when we were there, one was happening.
Have you ever tried to find anything? I mean,
No.
over the years, ever
No,
tried to find
there's we have quite a few experts that comb the area on regular intervals, usually after a big rain, because it'll expose new things. But I've known of, well, we've talked to different people that have found important stuff. And the people that were doing the dinosaur dig, we stopped and we talked to them, and we got to have a look at some of their samples and stuff like that. But it's interesting work, but it's a little bit older than what I normally photograph. But this gives you an idea what the topography is like, and this is close to desert conditions because there's lots of cacti that are here. And there's cacti in this picture, different ones, and you got to watch out where you're walking because they'll stick into you, and then they'll hold on because a piece will break off, and you'll have thorns and maybe as many as a dozen at the same time.
Yeah, we don't need that. Well, you don't run around barefoot.
Well, I run around with sandals. I haven't learned yet.
So then, just to show that David does take animal pictures, here's his next shot.
Yeah, there's a rancher that's upriver about 5 miles. His land is on the other side of the river, and as the pasture gets worse, his herd will cross the river and back and forth a couple of times, and they keep going downstream. And every so often they make it into the campground, and then either him or his granddaughter comes and they chase them back on horseback. And it was either last year or the year before, I helped chase them back with my drone. Yeah, Nita says
So when you saw him, when you saw him, were you like just thinking hamburger?
No. And this one was shot with my 100 to 400 also. I think all of my shots except for one are shot this way. Yeah. And we were just walking around, and this is what we saw.
So this is shot number 3 coming up here. A lot of stars, man. Lots of stars.
Yeah, the aurora hasn't been very good. Well, lately. It actually hasn't been for me because I wasn't out the night that Nita was. And this is about a week later. And I was trying to shoot a video. And it's I've got 780 shots that I'm trying to put together. It's and I shot them all in my Z9. But this gives you an idea what there was there for stars.
Yeah, and a lot of stars. Very detailed too. Nice and sharp.
Yeah, this is the 20 millimeter wide open.
Wow. Here's your next one. I like the barbed wire fence. Keep the cows from wandering off, or what?
Claro.
Oh, very rarely. It's kind of, well, in this pasture there's no real grass, or not much, so you may see them cattle in there for a week or two every other year, and that's it. And this is shot with my 8-15 at 13 millimeters.
Wow.
Yeah. And with Photoshop, with the lens correction, it makes it all nice and square. Gets rid of the barrel distortion.
Beautiful.
Maybe that barbed wire fence is to keep the photographers from going through there.
It doesn't stop me.
and then
I
you
come
decided.
from a farming background, so.
Okay.
And this was shot with my 750. It's a
Infrared?
full spectrum. Yeah, infrared filter on my full spectrum camera.
Wow.
I had the 750 modified, so.
Yeah, you really see that in those in the trees on the right.
Yeah, it's we had snow that day. Yeah, at plus 30. Yeah.
And then David sent us in one more here, which I think everybody's going to get a real kick out of.
Yeah. This is just to make Roy feel appreciate what he's missing. This is needed with the kangaroos.
Beautiful.
Yeah, they seem to be acclimated to people, or she just is good with them, one or the other.
Well, it's a combination.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I call her a kangaroo whisperer, but everything else she can get close to. Like she'd be out taking pictures of the wild horses, and she doesn't really need a long lens. Because every so often they come up and nuzzle her.
We need to put Roy on the spot and tell us what is the species of kangaroo.
Looks like a couple of wallabies.
A couple of wallabies.
Yes, we got them in the garden most weeks.
Oh, beautiful!
They like to eat the nice fresh grass.
I think Anita is like my wife. She likes nature, but if she can touch nature and touch the animal, much better.
Yeah.
Yes, they're very cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They are. And one on the left's like, hey, I want some attention too,
So how many? So do I see 3 kangaroos or 2 kangaroos?
Two.
Is she holding another one? The little one?
No, she's holding her camera.
Holding her camera.
The camera. Okay. Protecting the camera. That's good, Anita.
Yeah, she's holding the baby kangaroo.
Exactly.
The baby camera. Oops.
The black and white work well. That one, David.
Yeah. Yeah.
It makes it very nostalgic in a way.
Yeah, it didn't look good in color at all.
Timeless.
Yeah.
Good job, Dave. Good job.
Yeah, I'm starting to shoot an awful lot in black and white during the daytime. And it seems to fit,
We appreciate you sending those in as always. And yeah, I noticed you've been kicking in a few more black and whites than in the past. So that's kind of neat to mix it up. It's good to mix things up.
And some of these things I'll actually shoot in black and white, but I'll do it raw, so I can always go back.
So
Okay,
the next shot coming. Thank you very much, Dave. The next shots coming up are from Ted, Austin Rhodes, and then we're going to have a fair amount of images from Robert Rosado or Bob Rosado. I don't know which he prefers. I mean, I always call him Bob at work. And then we'll hit into images from Scuba Razzi. So let me go to Ted's shots first. He sent in this image of an osprey. Look at the size of that nest. That's impressive. And on the power lines, no less. So this was using a Panasonic Lumix FZ80D, and he says a crop factor of 5.64. So he's shooting this thing at 1200 millimeters, f5.9 at 1/1300th of a second, ISO 200, handheld at 170 yards in a nest that's 90 to 110 feet above the ground. So, wow.
The power company must just love this nest.
Yeah. Wait till the osprey gets the bill.
That's why they build platforms, right? So that they don't do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the way the insulators are here is that the nest is actually safe.
Yes.
Because it's above the insulators, and the cable goes underneath.
But David, every year these days get bigger and bigger. So
Yeah. But what they do around here is that they'll put up another pole that'll be taller, and then they'll put a platform on it, for the osprey. And the osprey prefer the higher perch.
Yes.
Yeah.
So his second image he sent me, I believe he sent me, let's see. How many did he sent me? 3. So this is image number 2. This is a goldfinch, same camera. This is at f5.9, 1/800th of a second, ISO 3200 at 215 millimeters.
Yeah, tonight. Second goldfinch of the night.
Yeah, goldfinch Saturday.
Exactly.
And then his last image that he sent in is of a Dahlia garden. He says this was taken at Dahlia Garden. He says it was a very windy day. So he's very lucky he got this if it was very windy, with the petals not, being, bent in different directions due to the wind. Same camera, f5.4, 1/1300th of a second, ISO 125. This was at 30 millimeters. So Ted, it was nice that you sent in some images. I haven't. Hope you could send some in next month as well. I think this is the first time you sent them in quite a while, so I appreciate you doing that. Really do. So keep it up. And the next images we have are from Bob Rosado, and I commented to Bob was he does a lot of in this series of shots he did a lot of photo stacking. So we'll put up his first image here, and this is a daffodil taken back in April of 2020. He says this is a focus stack of 50 images taken
Wow.
with the Nikon D810 and a 70 to 180 f4.5 to 5.6 AFD macro zoom using a Cam Ranger 2 for controlling the focus stack. Says he shot it at 122 millimeters, exposure of 1/13 of a second at f7.1 ISO 64. That came out nice,
Indeed.
to say the least.
Yes. Wow, the detail.
Yep. Now his next image that he sent in, he titled it "Floral Arrangement," and he says this was taken when he was visiting one of his friends up in New Hampshire, and they had some flowers on the table. So he decided to take a capture of these flowers, which are very nice with the greenery and the flowers. And taken in May of 2022, 10-image focus stack, Nikon D850 with the 200 millimeter f4 AFD macro lens, exposure 1/25 of a second at f9 ISO 400. A lot of nice detail in that as well.
Yeah. Like the dark background as well.
Yep. The his next shot, and I've never heard of this. Is a Persian buttercup, and so he spent the time, unlike me, to look up all these flowers. So I give him he gets extra credit for not being lazy like me, or not giving up and going online and figuring out what the heck it is he got a picture of. But a Persian buttercup. He says, taking the same time as the previous floral arrangement shot that you just saw a minute ago. This is a 21-image focus stack, a Nikon D850 with the 200 f4 AFD macro lens, 1/15 of a second at f9, ISO 400. Yeah, this is wonderful detail. Wonderful detail. Yeah, that's that you got to print, man. That would be a great print. So his next entry is a orange.
You went backward. You went okay. Now you're in.
Orange celosia, Celosia, celosia. He says these. I forget what day he sent me these, to be honest with you, but he says they were taken in the morning of the day that he sent them to me.
Right.
He went to a place called Elizabeth Park in West Hartford, Connecticut. He decided to go and see. He hadn't been there in a while. He went there to see what they might have of interest, and he found these flowers. A lot of different ones, most of which he had never seen before, and no clue what they were called. He says so he had to rely on Siri for help identifying the flowers. He's included a few shots here. This was a bright sunny day. Lighting was a little harsh. Nikon ZF with the Voigtlander 75 millimeter f1.5 Nocton lens, 1/1000th of a second at f8 ISO 100. So that's with the Voigtlander lens on the ZF. And then his next shot is with one of the lenses that we talked about at the beginning of the show, where they got the last shipment in for the 35 millimeter and the 50 millimeter APO lenses. And this next shot is with the Voigtlander 50 millimeter f2 APO Lanthar lens on the Nikon ZF, 1/1000th of a second at f9 ISO 800. And he used last year, some of the Christmas images he took. I believe it might have been West Hartford, Connecticut, some street scenes that he took around Christmas time. He took with these Weightliner lenses as well. So he's enjoying these, enjoying this glass and making good use of it. And then his
And
last,
those are
what's that?
autofocus or manual focus or autofocus?
They're the manual focus.
Okay.
Now this last image is a collage of 3 images of the same subject matter. So that he had sent some photos prior on other shows of what they call the moon over Hubeline Park, Hubeline Tower. But he was able to get some more photos in March of this year. And so here's the image coming up in a second. So he got some more photos this past March during the last bit of golden hour, and it came out a little better. Just some thin, wispy, high altitude clouds created a glow around the moon, which was neat. And the end goal was the moon over the tower, but he also liked some of the other images prior to and after, or prior to the moon being over the tower. But on their own, he said they'd look out of balance, so he decided to use 3 images to make a collage showing the progression from moonrise over the hill to moon over the tower, and he recropped the images to make it all fit and balance things out. He says there's about 2 minutes between each image. Excuse me. Nikon Z9 with the 180 to 600 f5 6.3 at 600 millimeter. He says, I think it's the only time he's used that lens. Exposure was 1/60th of a second at f7.1, ISO 2500. Yeah, this is really a cool collage that he did. Very nice. So those are all the images from Bob. We appreciate it very much. And we hope to see more fun stuff from you next month. Thanks again. The next set of images we're going to get, we are getting near the end. We're on image 72 of 87. So we're getting there. So the only images we got left are from Scubarazzi and myself. So Scubarazzi's first image. Excuse me a second. I just got a little bit of allergies, a little stuffed up. So he took this picture of a frog with a macro lens. He says he was very close. He says the frog was very calm and not afraid of him. He took it with his old, put in quotes, old D7500. So it's not that easy to take the picture with the poor autofocus with live view, but it worked okay. So he had the D7500 with a Sigma 105 millimeter f2.8 macro, 1/800th of a second f11 ISO 400. Yeah, at least you could get a picture of a frog. I hear him, but I never see him. I look and look and look and look and look, and I never see a doggone frog. It's like it's crazy. Can't find a frog. Rare that I actually find one.
But Jeff, the wonderful photo here, but the angle, correct? Going down to the level of the animal.
Yep.
Is the key here. Fantastic photo.
Yep, getting it so he's definitely not shooting down. He's at ground level.
Exactly. Get into the mud there.
Yeah, get into the mud. Now his next image is of a dragonfly. And he says, this is proof how good the autofocus is on the Z8 in a combination with the 180 to 600 millimeter. He says there's 2 challenges. The first one is to keep the lens pointing to the very fast and agile dragonfly. The second one is if sometimes at the camera focuses on the background, which works against you. So sometimes you have to, and this is a trick, and this is what you have to do. You have to adjust a manual focus ring enough, the wheel, to get it closer to the dragonfly, and then reacquiring focus automatically, and it'll lock onto it. So he tried to keep the shutter speed so slow that the wings have movement, but the head is still sharp. This is the Z8 with the 180 to 600, 1/1600th of a second, f6.3 at ISO 720.
Beautiful.
And then, so we had a run. We've had a run on two birds tonight, because he also has a picture of a leased bittern getting a frog.
Maybe that's not so rare after all.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I say, "Oh, you never see him, and we got 3 pictures of him tonight." So he took this. He says he when he took this picture, he says really lucky that it catch the frog. He says the smallest kind of heron we have. It is probably one of the smallest herons, if not the smallest heron out there. They're very hard to find because they hide in the reeds, which we've talked about before. Well camouflaged. He had to take the picture from the top due to the topography in the area. There was no way to get low, to get the shot. But whenever you get a bird eating something shot, that's the main thing is you got this shot, which is. And I'm glad you didn't show the other sequence of the shots that came afterwards, and just this one. We might have had to change the rating of the show if you showed any more pictures of this situation. And so his next shot that he sent to us is, and I love the colors of the kingfishers where he lives. This is the male kingfisher from one of his regular kingfisher spots. Male, that's a pretty good sized fish that the male is bringing for the babies. He says they hatched in the last 1 to 2 weeks from the eggs and are still in the nest. He says it's impressive how big this fish is, also compared to the actual bird. It feels as if the fish should be bigger than the babies. He did not use pre-capture or auto capture. He started to have a good idea when it wanted to fly away, so he's ready and did not miss the moment. Z8 with the Z180 to 600 millimeter lens at 1/2500th of a second, f6.3 at ISO 800.
Yes.
Now his next shot, he tells a bit of a story, and he says that with this next shot, he says it's probably a picture that myself and Gustavo may already know, because he does share images to us in between photo reviews on occasion to show us what he's up to. And he sent in a shot here of the mountain kestrels with the auto capture feature of the Z8. That's how he wanted to do it originally, but he said the camera and the CF Express card, and he says that he had a Delkin Black card, got very hot, so he was afraid to destroy his camera or burn down the barn. So what he did was he got his D7500 with the Sigma zoom lens on a tripod, and on top of that, he had a Myops Trigger Smart Plus that will remote trigger his camera. And the real trigger is a mobile phone on another tripod. He says on the phone, he has a small zoom lens. The Myops app on the phone allows him to trigger the Myops trigger when something changes in the field of view of the phone. He says he did external power to the phone and his camera, so he was able to let the setup work for 2 weeks without him doing anything. After 2 weeks, he had a few great pictures. He says he really likes this setup, and then I'll show you the image that you'll see after this shows what his setup looked like. So he says, maybe about what you see on the picture. He says a friend of his has built a nesting box under the roof of his house. The barn is just the building next to it. He says, here Mama is leaving as she did bring a mouse to the kids. There are 4 kids. 2 are inside of the box eating the mouse. They're already 4 weeks old and did start to fly just a few days later. To enhance the picture, he used the denoise feature of Adobe Photo Raw, the Nikon D700 with the Sigma 150-6, and the Myops Trigger Smart Plus setup. And then I will show you his last image, which is he's got 2 images. This is the image of the setup itself. Give me a second here so you can see it. I think we got somebody else trying to get into the chat. Maybe I heard a sound. Oops, sorry about that. I'm trying to go back and bring up my screen for the and see who we might have that came in. And it was David Stewart trying to come back in again with his camera. Let me bring him back in.
Wow.
He doesn't have his video camera on, but he has a hot card warning. He said with his Z8, so he's just doing the audio feed. And so that's his setup. And then he sent one more image. Let me get, and then he has a little bit of a story to tell after this image. So let me share his last image with you. So this is a funny image. He said this is a creative person carved a smile into this sunflower. These are the kind of shots I get. They're really funny shots to get when somebody does something silly like this. This is the Nikon D7500 with the Godox TT685N Sigma 18-300 on 20 millimeter setting, 1/250th of a second f/18 ISO 100. And so here's a little commentary that he wanted to share with everybody that I'll read off to you guys. He says, something I noticed in the last months, he says he actually prefers the D7500 over his Z50. So the only thing I use my Z50 is to film things with 120 frames per second in full HD, but also this is not great. So it's about time that Nikon brings a Z90 or a Z80. It's time to bring something more serious than a ZFC or a Z30. Well, we kind of had that talk last week about, maybe especially since Canon apparently is coming out with some more APS, with a couple of APS-C offerings next year. And of course, Fuji keeps coming out with APS-C cameras. That maybe now is the time that Nikon has to decide whether they want to be a player in the game in the APS-C market. I mean, basically, if they do nothing, then they're pretty much giving up on it, in my opinion. If you want to be serious about it, they just like Canon need to come out, with some more serious APS-C cameras. So he commented on what we've done with the show here lately. He says he wanted to say good thing that we made the talk shorter but still flexible. He thinks it's good for those of us on the panel so we can go to bed earlier and keep us healthy. Yeah, but we're not healthy because we're all probably sitting here eating candy and peanuts while we're doing the show. So we're probably slowly killing ourselves doing that. But now this is a request from him, and I'm not quite sure. I haven't had enough waking hours to know if I could even do anything like this. He goes, something else it would be great if we could add after the stream a few buzzwords to the video description about what topics were discussed. E.g., that Ava talked about the 28-400, or that we talked about the Nikon Z6 III, It would be easier to find old episodes, if some of the main topics could somehow show up, after we do the show. I'm not really sure how to do that. I don't believe I could edit the title. I suppose what I could do is in the
We can write
assuming I have the time to do it, I could add it in the comments section and say the following topics are contained within this video and do something like
exactly.
that. But I'm right now, I'm not going to commit to doing that due to the time involved. I guess, I'll talk about this with the folks on the panel. Maybe one of the other guys on the panel could take some notes during the show and just write down some highlights and like how many minutes into the show some important topics get discussed, and then email that to me, and then I can add it in, or they can add it in the messaging part of the show after the fact. So we'll look into it. We'll see what we could do. But I understand you wanting to do it, and it would help get more views on some of the shows anyway, because people don't know what's talked about in the live stream, because we pretty much don't predefine topics before the show. So, we can't really list that in the, when I do the thumbnails. So I understand what you're asking for, and we'll discuss it further. Give me a second, guys. I got to get a little something to drink. I'm nearing the end of my vocal talents here, and I still got mine to go over here, but this is the last shot from Scuparazzi, and we thank him for his contribution. I'll be right back in 30 seconds.
Yeah. But Scuparazzi, Paul, is a good idea. At the very least, we can write in the comment section what kind of topics were discussed. We may not give exact timing, because that probably requires more work for Jeff. But if we can say, hey, we did this, or David talked about this, and Jeff mentioned something about a new camera, that will help, correct? That way the people can later on search. I mean, we talk about that here before, that go back to a prior episode, but there's no way to know exactly which week what discussion, let's say, from Eva, okay? Or when you did your presentation, or with Luis make the presentation about Costa Rica. So it's a great idea.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
I overheard what you were just saying a little bit, and yeah, we got to look into it, and maybe we'll see. We'll see if we have any volunteers. We'll talk after the show and see if anybody wants to try it, maybe in the next show, and see how much of a pain of a neck it is to do. And if it's not a big deal, then maybe we could start doing that, and I could just either myself or somebody else on the panel, because we can all comment in the comment section, so it doesn't have to be me. Whoever chooses to do it, or we can alternate people doing it, and so it's not on one person every show, and put some put some categories in there, for every broadcast, like was mentioned, just so it's easier to find certain topics.
Exactly. Very good idea, Paul.
Yeah. So the last set of images, now these are images that I think all these images I actually had probably in buried in my last video that I did, but I don't really think there were that many people that watched it. So you're going to see some images that were in that last video, and hopefully you'll enjoy them. I enjoyed getting these images. Sometimes you have a good day, you have a good day, and you walk away with more than one good shot, because sometimes, hey, you can have in your mind what you think is a bad day, but if you got one good shot, it's kind of like golf. You had that one hole that you birdied out of 18, even though you got 10s on all the other holes, you still go back for more because you got the one birdie, So nature photographers are the same way. I got my one birdie. I'm happy.
Exactly.
So here's my first shot. I'll give you all these images that you're going to see were shot with the Z9 with the 600 PF. This is obviously an osprey. I titled this shot "Twist and Shout." In this case, the osprey did not succeed moments before in getting a fish, and as soon as they get off from the water surface, it's only a matter of seconds before they get high enough in the air where they decided they're going to do a shake and get the water off of their feathers, and you can get some pretty interesting contortionist type of shots of these birds. And this was wide open at f6.3, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 1250, and plus 0.67 EV.
Wow.
So that's my first image. Then
it's painful just to watch it. It's too much
yeah.
contour.
I mean, I've got some older photos where I got one when it did this, and it had a fish in its talons, which is even more interesting because the fish is involved. But I mean, sometimes you can't find, you can't find the eyes or the beak. It's twisted so bad. You're trying to figure out where the body parts are. They can really make themselves look pretty horrific looking when they're doing this. It's not like your dog that gets wet and just shakes its head side to side, So this next one, like Gustavo says, background can make or break an image. And this is obviously an early morning shot. You've got the color on the water.
Wonderful.
You get reflections. You could be getting reflections, streaks on the water that are coming from reflections on reeds on the other side of the pond, or trees on the other side of the pond, or what have you. And then obviously I was panning this shot because you can see the streaks going across the water. So I was panning to get this shot. And I called this one Anticipation. This was with the Z9 and the 600. f7.1 this time at 1/1250th of a second. I'm kind of a little surprised, probably only because I pan. I'm used to panning. I've like Gustavo, I used to do car races and stuff too. So I consider myself pretty adept at panning. And but normally, I would think 1/1250th of a second wouldn't be good enough to have a sharp image of the eagle, but it is very, very sharp. But I was panning pretty quickly. This is at ISO 2500, and once again at plus 0.67 EV. And this is the subsequent shot of the same bird, struck the water. I call this one Disappointment because it didn't get anything. And you still got that nice color. And, shots like this do require some work in post because, you want to not blow out the head, the white on the head
Exactly.
of the bird. And at the same time, you don't want the wings to be like extremely dark. You want to have some detail in the body and some detail in the wings. So you have to find a compromise. So, you have to do a little finagling in post, but it isn't like one of those images. Like I said, it still falls in the category of an image that I can edit typically in less than a minute and I'm done. I'm not going in Photoshop and spending a half an hour tinkering with it to get this result. And this is Same settings as the last shot, f7.1, 1/12/50th of a second, ISO 2500 plus 0.67 EV. Now the next shot I'm going to share with you is I call this one Food Fight, the gull and the turn. I believe that's a Bonaparte's gull. I could be wrong. It might be a juvenile, because it is a good sized gull. Bonaparte's gulls are pretty big. And then so this was the turn. The turn had a shrimp. You could see like the little wisp of the antenna, from the end of the mouth going across the white of the body. So it's got a shrimp in its mouth, and I was tracking these guys as the gull is chasing the turn. And then I liked, having some subject matter in the background, and I always like it when they get to this certain section on the pond when the flowers are in bloom, and I get a little bit of splash of pink in the background as well. So this was at f6.3 with the Z9. It's with the 600 PF f6.3 1/2000th of a second, ISO 1600, and once again at plus 0.67 EV. Then we move on to this shot. I like, I think equally, not because the bird and the fish is tack sharp, but I mean I like the color in the background. I like the flowers in the background, and I just called this one Lunchtime. Obviously an Osprey f6.3 at 1/2000th of a second, ISO. I guess I typed wrong here. What did I do? It was probably, I think it was ISO 800 at plus a third EV. Ospreys are tough because of that white body. I mean, it's like this is where to me, I mean, what I'm finding as my best result is I've gotten better over time, because believe me, getting decent requires time and learning from your mistakes and changing your approach. And I used to try to capture, the bird in the sky, preparing to dive, follow it all the way down to the water, get it hitting the water, getting it coming up with a fish. And the bottom line is there's too much of an exposure variation between a bird in the sky and the bird hitting the water. Because if you expose for the sky, you don't have time to change your exposure compensation quick enough to get the right exposure when the bird is near the water. Because what will happen is typically, it looks good in the sky, and it gets near the water, the white of that bird is going to be blown out to the point where you can't recover it. So what I do now for the most part is, if I want to take a picture of the bird in the sky, I make my adjustments. I take a picture of the bird in the sky. If I want to take a picture of what it's of when it hits the water and hopefully gets a fish, then I meter and I adjust my exposure compensation to give me a result where the white of the bird is not blown out when it comes out of the water with the fish. And that's all about practice and really not trying to do everything all at the same time, because believe me, the fish hitting the water and get the bird hitting the water and getting the fish, and then the bird subsequently going in flight with the fish, are the images that you really want, more than just the bird flying in the sky with a blue, especially down here with a blue background all the time, 90% of the time. So that's just my opinion. So that's what I've been focusing on, is to worry about the art of getting the fish and immediate, get the fly off with the fish and get that shake if you're lucky enough to keep following it and get that shake.
Hey, you have to put the hours.
Yeah. Now, this next shot, I call this a mind trick. This shot I call a mind trick. I took this shot of a wood stork, and before I show it, I'll tell a little bit of a story before I put it on the screen. Is I took this shot because I said, gee, the bill on that wood stork seems kind of funny looking. And I just grabbed a shot of it quick, and I didn't think anything of it because, there's always, you're always, looking for other things to take pretty much right away. And I took it, and I didn't really pick up on anything till I got home and loaded it on the computer, and I'm editing the photos, and then I end up editing this photo or looking at this photo, and I'm saying, what in the heck is this? So you're going to see when I went, what in the heck is this? So when you look at this quick, you say, that's a weird looking wood stork. Well, when you look closer, that's two wood storks so close together that you think it's one. It is actually two wood storks. I don't know if you can see my arrow on my mouse.
Yeah, we can see it.
Right. So here's the head and the bill of one of them. Here's part of the head, part of it's blocked coming down from the other one. And you could see it in the reflection. You could see in the reflection that you got two birds. But when I looked at this, when I got home, I said, this is one of the weirdest shots I've ever gotten, because you look at it quick and you swear it's some kind of deformed singular wood stork that kind of has a problem. And it really isn't. It's actually two wood storks stacked on top of each other, basically. And this is not a Photoshop trick. This is nothing. This is not, AI or some weird thing. This is like captured real time, and it just happened to be a really, really, really weird result. Weird shot. But yeah, I got a kick out of that one.
Wow.
Then I got a couple shots that are kind of tied in with each other of a royal tern. I call this one gotcha. This is at 1/2000th of a second, ISO 1600 plus a third EV. And once again, the color in the background, the variations of color in the background and foreground make the image as much as the bird does. And then the next shot is, let's see if it's the same settings or not. Well, this next shot is a little different. No, the next shot is the same exact settings that I just said. And this is just a different
wing position.
Yeah, different wing position, and the fish is in a different position. And so, don't be afraid to take, a decent burst of shots when you have a subject like this, because, every wing position or as the fish is being moved around in the mouth of the bird, you get it. Every shot becomes a different shot. And then and I'm not, like, oh, I'm going to sell all these shots. But I mean, the thing is, if you were trying to make money with your camera, you want to give your potential customer more than one option, So make sure you take the bird with different wing positions, and then potentially with the food item in different positions, because one person may like this one better because you got the water droplets coming down, and you see that it just got the fish, and it's and some may say, oh, I like this wing position better, and I see more of the fish this way. So different opinions with the same subject matter. And then I got one more image here of an osprey titled Success. And this one will be wide open, f6.3, ISO 1000, 0.67 plus 0.67 EV. at 1/2000th of a second. And so this was a fun shot. Oops, sorry, move my mouse. This was a fun shot to get, and once again, the white here on the bird is decent, but very close to being unmanageable. Very close to being unmanageable, but I think it's acceptable. But I could darken that up a little more. If you start fooling around too much, then the white starts to turn gray and it's not looking natural. So you got to try to find a balance in there. But and then the wings could get way too dark, and so it's a compromise. You do the best you can. You do the best you can. So that is officially it for the photo review. And what I'll do here quickly is I will go back to the beginning, as we always do. We've got 87 images. I hope you enjoyed what you saw. But we'll go through them 1 through 87. Spend about 3 or 4 seconds on each one, and move on to the next, so everybody can get one last bit of satisfaction from everybody's hard work. Everybody's hard work.
Beautiful.
I mean, you
like the composition. Rakesh,
yeah. I mean,
wonderful.
I'm just blown away by what everybody does for this photo review. I really, really am. I mean, we all have reason to be proud of what we share every month. And I'd like to see if there's anybody in the chat that does, if you do outdoor portraits or you do street photography of people or wedding photography, I'd like to see more. I'd like to see some more images of that. If you take those types of shots.
Luis.
Yep, Luis shots. I like how that flower's lit up the way it is from the light too on this shot.
Ocatillo.
Flower. The squirrel with nuts. We got Terry shots.
Yes. And
I think I asked you this before, Gustavo. If you were to go to Iceland again, would you go at the same time of year or would you go at a different time?
Probably at the same time. I like this time of the year. Maybe a couple of weeks earlier. So now that I know that you can do quite a bit of bird photography, but I like the greenery. Some people like other time, but Terry, very, very nice. Terry now joined us a few minutes ago.
Yep, Terry did a great job, man. We liked them. Liked the images a lot, and I love this blue ice look, man. I would go there just to get pictures of this blue ice. I like what you did with the shot. Now, did you now when you took the shot, did you do this one handheld or with a tripod?
No, that was with a tripod.
Okay. I just got a message from Tim that Mozman, he says he was in for a little bit, but too tired to stay. He worked 17 hours yesterday and got to bed at 5 a.m. So, yeah.
Working too hard, Tim.
Go take a nap, Tim, and don't worry about it. You can watch this some other time. These are Randall shots that you're going to see coming up, about 9 or 10 of them, I think. think these were Jeff and Leslie shots.
Yes.
Leslie's finger. He always manages to find snakes too. You ever notice that? He gets a lot of snake pictures.
Yeah, he's good at that. Luis and
Yeah.
him are
Yeah.
the herpetologists here.
Yeah. And then we got Roy. Roy gave us quite a selection of images this week. I mean, this month.
Variety.
Wide variety of sports. Went from birds to flowers.
From new to old.
Yeah. More birds. And then he surprised me with a wedding picture. And then views out of his window. This is an old shot. Yeah, it's definitely not a new shot when you look at the cars.
Exactly.
That gives it away. Wonderful, colorful birds. Now, Roy, do people do people take some of these birds and like bring them to the States to sell them at pet stores and stuff? Or
Yeah,
is
they
that,
smuggle birds. They smuggle birds everywhere. Australian
Okay,
birds
so
are very colourful, or they're very brown, one or the other.
all right, so that's not done like legally. That's all like smuggling
Most
them.
of it's illegal. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a famous case where someone put a budgie in their underwear. So we now call that sort of underwear budgie smugglers.
Oh
my
man.
God. So Martin, who is now was in the chat. So Martin, that's your wonderful pictures.
Yeah, your green woodpecker, which I didn't know there was such a thing, and your bittern.
Eurasian.
And your hair. Not your hair personally, the hair on the hair, the hair.
Martin, that was my favorite of this series.
And then we got the series of Aurora shots from Anita. She snuck out without David. And, from the same vantage point, got totally different shots just, within a 30-minute window, and got different results. Like I said, you got somebody who wants Aurora shots. You go, okay, which color palette do you like the best? Pick one. And these are David Stewart shots. I think David wanted hamburger or steak. This one was with the 20mm lens, the Nikkor Z 20mm lens, wide open, and look how sharp the stars are. The shape is good on them and everything. And Anita likes her wildlife up close and personal. These were from Art Bear, sent in a few shots this month. And then we had a series coming up here from Bob Rosado. Many of these were stacked images.
Which is a wonderful technique. I
Yeah.
always find that I want to do more of those stack photography.
Well, as you can see, though, he's using it in a way where you're not going to have a problem. You have a still image in a controlled environment. You don't have any wind. Nothing's going to move.
Exactly.
You set up your shot. You got it on a tripod. You pick how many images you want to stack, and when you do it in the right environment, you can get a phenomenal result. I mean, this is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. For me, I can't do that unless like I have it, like if I bought some flowers and put it on a desk or something and created a backdrop or whatever. I mean, but when I'm out shooting here, I mean, I'm always dealing with an ocean breeze 99% of the time, and I can't do a stacked image. It's just not going to work out.
Good photo.
These are Scubarazzi shots. Ribbit.
The blues on this one are fantastic.
Yeah, I love the color of the kingfishers in Europe.
Do you see the kingfisher on Sanjay's video? That was beautiful too.
Yeah.
Here we have Mr. Kuarasi with a very, very professional setup here.
Yes. That took a lot of thought.
Exactly.
But the sunflower was happy about it. That's like something. That's like a scene that's like an image you'd have like in a horror movie as like a joke, have all the kids screaming with the guy with the chainsaw and then run across a sunflower with a happy face on it. That would be so funny. Put that in a movie, and then we'll go through mine quick because everybody's seen enough of my stuff, so I'll just like fly through mine.
Wonderful light that day, as I commented in your video, Jeff. You were really, really in a great day to take.
Yeah, I was. That's
great results.
You're blessed when you have a day like that. It isn't very often. It's and that's it, guys. And we will get out of the.
Thank you.
Get to where we have us back on the screen again. Oh, let me. Oops. Let me unshare the screen here. Stop screen sharing. There we go. Stop screen sharing. Minimize some of this stuff so I have less junk. And so, well, we didn't go over too far tonight, surprisingly. And I want to thank Sanjapal for sharing what he did on the show earlier about, for those who are wondering when that was about an hour and a half, I think, into the show, hour and 40 minutes into the show, roughly. And we saw a wonderful 5-minute video showing the results of basically restoration and recreation of habitats for hornbills, and the effort involved with that by a lot of people. And so Sanjay and his wife are very active in that. And Sanjay, of course, is the photographer / videographer for a lot of that stuff. And he's an award-winning photographer, very in high demand, which is always good. If you're a photographer, you want to be in high demand if that's how you're trying to make a living. And does a wonderful job, and blessed us with sharing a first look for the general public here of his video. and we really, really appreciate it very, very much. I feel very blessed that he thought we were worthy of his time tonight, because he's always going 110 miles an hour, as our most professional photographers. I mean, what's that saying? You snooze, you lose, right? If you, Roy knows, you got to keep the money, you got to keep the income stream coming in, and that doesn't happen if you decide to take too many breaks. Then all of a sudden you're saying, can I pay their mortgage this month? I kind of took it easy last week. You got to keep on pushing and pushing and pushing. So I don't think I have. I'll look to see if I have any other things to bring up.
So hopefully we get a lot of images for the next one, which is in October, correct? The October edition, I think it will be.
Yeah, I don't think I had time to go in and change my. I didn't go in and change my link, so I won't put it up. But
next week
it will be. I'll have it for next week, and we're talking about October 5th. October 5th will be the first Saturday of the month of October, and that'll be our next photo review. Will be October 5th. And so you want to get the images to me by October 4th at noontime Eastern time, and
or before, or
preferably before, because I had a very. I'll tell you. I mean, I was talking to Tim. Tim was doing work on his computer. I was trying to get the images in order, and we're like talking on the phone while we're both working on our own stuff. I think I spent 3 hours putting the pictures in order. I had a heck of a time putting them in order. And part of that is we don't have a common naming convention that we use. Everybody names their files differently. And then, when they get moved into Lightroom, they're all over the place,
jumble.
And so I think what I should do, because it doesn't matter to you guys, I don't save the pictures anyway or send them back to you. I mean, I just delete them. As I think, as I get the pictures for the next month, I'm just gonna rename them to 01 JPEG, 02 JPEG, 03 JPEG, and put them all in numerical order, so that when I suck them into Lightroom, ding, 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 they should all be in the proper order. I don't have to move any. I don't have to say, oh, which ones are Roy's pictures? Okay. Oh, they're way over here. Drag them to the front, or whatever, because of how they got imported in. I think I'm just going to renumber the files.
I'll put a number at the beginning of the file.
Put a number at the beginning, and every, the 10 minutes I spend doing that's going to save me an hour or more later on when I bring them into Lightroom. So I got to think smarter.
Should use two digits, not one, though. 0102. Otherwise, they won't sort properly.
0102, right?
Yeah, not 0, then 1, 2. Do 0102.
Right, 0102. Right. Yeah.
2 digits so they can sort.
Yeah. I could just add that to the file name and just be longer. It doesn't matter, but I want to get it in the right order in which I receive it, because I line them all up on my desktop and they're all in the right order. Then they get sucked into the thumb drive and they're all. Then they go into Lightroom and they're again. And then I got to like the shell game. Okay, this one goes here. This is Roy's. And this is Gustavo's. Oh, where are mine? Oh, Scuparazzi. It's like yeah. Throw a few numbers in there and call it a day.
But it was wonderful today, as usual. Impressed with the photos. Wow.
Yeah. Everybody, everybody did a great job. And I might have 5 minutes of things to talk about here and see if any of these guys have anything they want to throw in.
I sent you an email early on as well, Jeff. Today. No. It's just I got something from Paul's camera. And it is one of our community here that
Okay.
it was being promoted there by Pulse Camera in California.
All right. So let us share, since we are, let me move this out of the way over here, and let me move this out of the way over there. And yes, another person that we appreciate that comes on that we don't get to see on the show often, because he also works nonstop. So yeah, so this was sent to Gustavo Images, and a little write-up from Ron Pollard.
Exactly.
And he has been doing PGA Tour events. I'm thinking, what do you think, guys? Like the last 3 years?
At least 2 for sure.
Yeah, at least 2, maybe 3, but at least 2. And so he's been able to get some wonderful images, and that's where, he's made comments before that, everybody says, oh, what about is the Z9 good for doing the action of the golf club, and it doesn't look like it's bent like a hockey stick when they're swinging back? And no, it doesn't. It looks just the way it's supposed to look.
Yeah, and in this case, this is for an email that I received from both cameras, which I should in their email list. So they send this promo about the cameras, right? And here Ron is talking about how the Z6 III is complementing his C8 and C9.
Yeah.
For his work in the PGA Tour.
Yeah. Way to go, Mr. Pollard. Way to go. Good to see him. Good to see him having continued success. So for those of you that aren't aware, you should be by now, Nikon has a lot of big price reductions on the F-mount lenses. There was rumor of that on Nikon Rumors probably a month ago. They kept saying, "Oh, there's going to be a big F-mount lens sale," and Roy's got a friend on the deck. And
he's very hungry.
He's very hungry. And then of course, that week goes by, they didn't do it. Next week goes by, they didn't do it. Well, now they've got a sale on their F-mount glass. Some stuff's like 3,000 or more off, especially if you buy the high-end lenses. But then, of course, I don't know how many people want to buy the big boat anchor 600 millimeter lens in the F mount versus a 600 millimeter lens in the Z mount. But if you can't afford the Z mount one and $3 or $4 grand off or whatever it may be on the F mount, get you excited, then knock your socks off and go ahead and get one. I mean, the quality is going to be there, right? You don't got to worry about that. But they also have sales on DSLRs. They got sales on the mirrorless cameras. And there's a list on Nikon Rumors of all the items and what the prices are, or you can just go to your favorite website for whoever you buy your gear from and see how they have their pricing. And then I didn't make. Let's see. They said what's that?
No, even discounts on the red cameras as well. Big discounts on red cameras.
Yes, they got as much as $3,000 off or 30%, up to 30%, as much as $3,000 off their Komodo and their Komodo-X cinema cameras. So if you want a true cinema camera, now may be your time, because I think you could probably get one of. I think you could probably get the 6K version for around $6,000, somewhere around there,
Exactly.
without the lens, though.
I'll take two.
Right. So, but for everybody that thinks the Z9 isn't good enough, well, then go get a cinema camera. There you go. You can have a big sale. Go out and buy a Komodo, and then you can stop your complaining and your whining, and you can have a true cinema camera, and you can brag to all your friends that you have a true cinema camera. Whatever smokes your shorts, The Nikon MB-14 power battery pack for the Z6 III is now in stock. It's $356.95. It accepts 2 ENEL15 batteries and has a, as in one, hot swappable battery slot. Has a second shutter release, the normal dials, a function button, and a USB-C port for charging or tethering. And there is a link for the user manual of this device on the Nikon Rumors website. And this was an interesting, I guess I'm going to read this whole thing. Man, I'm tired of talking tonight. Believe me, folks. Nikon published a message from the company's chairman, CEO, and representative director, Toshikazu Umatate. Here's the portion for the Nikon imaging product business. They said and this will, some of the verbiage in here will sound familiar from several years ago when Nikon said what their sales strategy was going to be, their market strategy was going to be. They said the vision set out by their medium-term management plan is expand the possibilities for visual expression and acquire overwhelming support from all generations of fans around the world. In the imaging products business, profitability has improved thanks to a structured reforms and a shift to mirrorless cameras for primarily mid to high-end models. Remember that comment from 2-3 years ago?
Yep.
And the average selling prices of both interchangeable lens type digital cameras and interchangeable lenses have increased. Of course, they've raised their prices. That doesn't hurt, increasing your profit margin. Due to these factors, as well as the positive impact of exchange rates, revenue, and operating profit of the imaging products business have significantly increased, and a record high operating margin was achieved. The imaging contents business also got off to a good start, and the Z9, our first flagship mirrorless camera model, recorded the highest number of sales in the first year after release among all flagship models in the past 15 years. Moreover, since its release, it has continued to evolve with improvements to its features and firmware updates. Absolutely true. So, hate to hurt anybody's feelings out there, but Nikon's not dead. Sorry. There are some funky looking Nikon silicone camera cases that you can wrap around your ZF bodies that are for sale on Amazon, multiple colors for you to choose from. And it's kind of funny. It's just a funny thing, kind of like that two-headed wood stork shot. Nikon Rumors posted an image of a manhole cover at Nikon's new headquarters. It looks like the manhole cover looks like a lens cap. It looks just like a lens cap on a Nikon camera. It's pretty good to see that Nikon has a sense of humor too. But that's all I got. Do you guys have anything of interest that you're up to, that you're working on, or soon?
No, but there's lots of Nikon sales at the moment for some reason. I don't know
Yeah,
why there's so many sales going on. Everything apart from the things I want.
everything apart from the things you want. So you're not going to buy a Z6 III because it only has one port?
Probably not. Well, here the Z8's only a few $100s more, so I'd get another Z8 if I was going to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Z6 III is a great camera, but it's not a Z8.
Yeah, Fel says, indeed, people want a cinema camera at the price of a Z6 III, Z9, and a Z8. Lots of laughs. Yes, that is a laugh. It's like everybody says, oh, I don't have a cinema camera. It's like, if you're not a professional that's going to be doing movies, literally movies or documentaries or business videos, business events or charitable events or things like that, 30 minutes long, 20 minutes long type of thing.
We're a filming crew.
You could do everything. You could do everything you want with a hybrid camera. There's no doubt in my mind you could do it. Get a good video tripod and a hybrid camera, and you're going to be just fine. If you really think, if you want to get into all this stuff with the LUTs and fooling around with all these LUTs, you're going to have to buy the highest end video software that's out there, which isn't easy to learn, is very expensive, takes a heck of a lot, and I'll be polite by using the word heck, a heck of a lot of memory in your computer, requires an extremely good computer system to be able to handle the files and handle the data. So be careful what you wish for. You may want all this stuff because, you want to be in that crowd. There is a cost to that in a lot of different ways. It's not just the cost of the camera or the cost of the lens. Is your computer going to be able to handle it? What do you have for software? Do you got to update it? And how fast is your card reader? How fast can the data go back and forth? Are you going to be spending 3 times the amount of time doing the video just to say that it's cinematic, and then you're going and you're putting it on YouTube, which is a total idiotic thing to do? You could, for YouTube content and TikTok content, TikTok creators can use their cell phone or a Z30 or a Sony FX30 or whatever it is, and it's perfectly fine. YouTube content creators can use anything in the Z lineup pretty much, or anybody else's lineup, and have good enough video content because it's all dumbed down anyway for YouTube. So unless you're going to have your movie, you're going to do a movie and it's going to be on the big screen, you don't need a cinema camera. You really don't. And if it's all about bragging rights, then okay, go out and spend that $6,000, $6,500 on sale and buy yourself a couple lenses that are going to cost you an arm and a leg, and go at it. Go at it and enjoy how much time you're going to be sitting behind your computer working on those files. And I hope you have some good customers lined up to pay you some good bucks for it as well.
Don't buy gear that doesn't pay for itself.
Yeah, it is not going to be cheap to do that. It's not going to be cheap to do that. I do enough video, and I know what it cost me to do video at the level I do it, which isn't at the level where I'm going to be marketing myself as a professional videographer. And it's like crazy.
So you are not authorized by Netflix?
I'm not authorized by Netflix to do anything. No. They're not knocking. I don't know. Nobody's knocking on my door. I just don't understand. But Yeah, it's like Fel saying, yeah, you're gonna have to get that's why I try to do my video content when it's too dark to do stills and too noisy to do stills, because you could shoot the video in low light, and I don't quite understand why, but you could shoot the video in low light and it's going to look good, and you're going to be shooting the white birds, and they're not going to be blown out because you're shooting it early in the morning. You go to shoot that same bird with a still, it's going to be too noisy to really recover it and make it look good, real early in the morning like that. But you can get away with it with the video, and it looks pretty darn good.
I think that's because videos are naturally motion blurred.
And so it's I'll do my video. I don't use a ND for my video because I don't shoot when the light is so strong that I need one. I just avoid it. And yeah, but if you were going to do it, market yourself for, I charge X amount an hour or so much for every minute of video and blah, blah, blah. Then you got to go all in, and you got to put more chips on the table or more cash on the table. And it becomes very, very, very expensive. King Crux says I should try capturing with a Raptor X. Yeah, I just can't afford it. I can't justify it. I can't pay for that. I just can't pay for that.
I'm sure it's a wonderful camera.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not knocking any of those cameras. It's just I'm not in a market segment, and I'm retired. I'm not looking to go back to work again. I already work for free enough as it is right now.
Exactly. For us, we're free for us.
Yeah, I work free for you guys. I don't need to go out and spend $8 or $10,000 for lenses and filters and a cinema camera, and still not make any money and be $10,000 less in my bank account. I'm not going to go there. I'm not doing it. Robert's taking off. Have a good night. So you guys got anything coming? Any new toys coming in that you're looking at, or you're good where you are right now?
Waiting for the filters, Jeff. The
I'm
case.
going to get my Z6 IR converted. I've decided. I need a new IR camera, full spectrum.
Now, what do they charge to do that? Like $400 or $500?
Or less, I hope.
Yeah.
It's not overly expensive, but it changes the camera. If you've got a spare camera, it's a good thing to do.
We can see how Mr. Stewart used them.
Yeah.
I think digital IR is different to the old film days. You haven't got that false color, but so it hasn't been as attractive.
Yeah, I'm all good. I'm all good with the camera world. I mean, I don't need anything else for cameras, and I really don't need. If I buy any lenses, to be honest with you, I'm going to buy. It's going to be few and far between. I'm pretty much maxed out with that too. I just want to enjoy it, and like Gustavo says, or at this point, if I have any extra money, I'd rather put it in the bank and save up for a trip. Go on a trip.
Exactly.
Go on a trip and go somewhere where I can get pictures that I can't get where I am now. Get something that's different.
Exactly. It's good quality images we can get with what we have.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we can't by now, like I said, time to quit and take up golf and get more, and get more frustrated.
Anyway, but sure, we in the coming weeks is the time where we should be seeing some more movement with firmware updates and potential camera announcement for the end of the year, correct? So we should get busy here with the rumor mills and the announcement, hopefully.
Yeah, I would think there'll be something. I mean, you're in that when you get into that pre-Christmas time frame, September, well, even this month, September, October time frame is when you're normally going to see, if anything, you're going to see stuff that's going to be coming out in the next 2 months, because they want to get their end of year sales, not end of their financial year, because most of their financial year is like the first quarter of next year, but they want to have good numbers for the Christmas season. So they're going to get some products out there that hopefully people are going to want to buy. So we'll see what they do.
I'm pretty spoiled though for cameras.
Like Phil's saying, I mean, you got all the talk about the Z52 Mark II, which I think is needed. I mean, maybe it'll surprise us with a more of a pro level APS-C camera because
Is
of
it
what
90 or something?
a Z90 or whatever they want to call it, and then I think maybe not too far down the road, I mean, they either got to decide whether they're going to do a Z7 III or not, and how long of a wait time, before maybe they surprise us with a Z9 II.
Exactly.
Z9 II.
I love my Z9 as it is. I'm happy with the cameras I've got.
I think we could all come up with a scenario of what a Z9 II could be, but I can honestly say I don't need any more than what I have to do what I do. I really don't.
Few people would.
Yeah. Because at that point, okay, I got three Nikon bodies. I got the ZF, I got the Z8, I got the Z9. What else do I need? Z9 II, yeah, it's probably going to blow everything away and be amazing and everything else. And but at this point, I can't cost justify it at all, because I can get. I mean, look at the images we share every month. Everybody's doing fine with what they have.
Exactly.
To get
I still
something,
love my old D850.
yeah. To get anything else is, and obviously isn't due to a need. That's where you get into when Chuck and I used to have a little back and forth. Do you need it or do you want it?
Exactly.
Right. It's not going to be because you need it. It's going to be because you want it. And if you can afford it and you want it, then no one has the right to say, don't buy it. That's your choice.
Exactly.
But I can honestly say, I don't need it. I don't need it.
Well, and Jeff, I agree. But I'm sure they are going to come with some great features. On the other hand, even after all these years that we started this migration in mirrorless, we're still exploring what we can do with the camera, correct?
Yeah, I don't use every feature on the camera. Like I said, I don't have. Bob Rosado did some great work with the photo stacking, but like I said, I can't do that out in the field because of just the way the weather is here. Being near the ocean, everything's moving all the time. I can't do that. And I don't have a setup in the house where we're like a studio per se to do still life photography, or where then it's easy, throw the camera on the tripod, sit there, experiment.
But still in the things that we do is exploring the boundaries, correct? Like you were talking there with the iris and how low you can go. I think it was on some of the images from.
Somebody did a 50th of a second.
Exactly.
50th of a second.
Handheld with an 800 millimeters. So we're exploring here a lot of stuff. So anyway, so next week we go back to the regular show.
Next week we go back to the letdown show after the photo review. Hopefully we'll have some news out there to talk about. But so we went a little over today, which I knew we were going to do, and we had a nice surprise with with Sandra Paul's information and sharing, and that was well worth it. And so I don't have anything else. And if you guys don't, I think we call it a night. We thank everybody that came in and visited the show and contributed to the images. And once again, man, I give it another A+ in terms of the image quality. I mean, there's I think if we went back to when we started this, even with our own images, if we went back to when we started this and we looked at the images that we were sending into the show, and we look at the images that we now send into the show, I think we've all seen a significant improvement on our work, and that's great. That's great. We put our own pressure on ourselves, but maybe the photo review gets people more engaged and more exciting about trying new things and different lenses and improving themselves. And I'm sure everybody sees an improvement from 2 or 3
Should
years
all
ago.
be learning lighting.
Yeah. But everybody, thanks so much for visiting us, and enjoy our life, capture some of it, like I like to say on my channel, and go out there and get images with whatever camera you use, film, digital, DSLR, mirrorless, XYZ brand, who cares? Go out there and shoot and have a good time, and then send your pictures to us next month. Share. That's a challenge. That's a challenge to everybody. Have a good one.